So we've done all kinds of vehicles, and we had an opportunity for doing a vehicle for Professor Stephen Hawking when he came to India. It was a very amazing task that I had, and all that I had was a fax paper of some dimensions that I had requested for, and I was going about my regular work till the day came when someone from the British High Commission came and said, "Do you know who you're making a vehicle for?" I said, "Yeah, Professor Stephen Hawking." I also didn't really know how great a person he was, and then that really gave shivers down my spine that we had to do a vehicle for him. So whole of Christmas and New Year I was busy designing the vehicle because it was a great challenge and it was something that everybody would be looking at. But we were successful enough in doing something good for him. So we've started with making hand controls for different types of requirements. A person with right limb disability, left limb, with the hands. So we made different kind of. If you see the vehicles that are there on your screen, they are vehicles fitted with hand controls. That means a person with right limb disability can operate a vehicle just by using his hands. So he has a brake and accelerator on the hand, or he has an auxiliary accelerator, or he has a clutch on his hand. But it gives him the ability and the mobility to drive a absolutely normal vehicle, which is, I am very fond of driving. So I would just imagine what a person with disabilities would lose by not having this opportunity of driving. So also we have an auxiliary accelerator, if you see, where the accelerator from the right is switched on to the left. So a person can drive absolutely normal. If he has a right limb disability with his left limb, he can drive an absolutely normal car. This is for somebody who has an upper limb disability. So we transform the light controls onto the foot since he can use his feet, or a turning light indicator. See, basically whatever we have done is no rocket science. For me, it has always been walking down the path. And you all also, when you think of the same way, the best way to find a solution is be the person and try and understand what a person would require if you are there in their shoes. A simple thing would be, when you look at finding a solution, to see what they see, you have to see things from their eyes, hear what they hear, feel what they feel. And definitely there's a solution down the line if you find it. So these are also different steering knobs that we fit. All are customized basically to suit somebody's requirement. So we've even modified an auto rickshaw for a person with disability to give him that requirement that he needs. So this is a small handle that we made. So a person to get into the car needs some kind of support. So we fitted something on the door which can be removable easily and give him that support that he needs. So this is finish with vehicles with hand controls. Now we get on to cars. So this is a simple Wagoner basically, which we have customized. We have increased the roof height because that's what you normally need to do. When a person is on a wheelchair, the height automatically increases. So, and what the height that we have inside a car is normally 45 inches, but we don't have a flat floor. So we have to take, because every vehicle inside the car is always in steps. Like you have if you visualize sitting on your back seat, you put your legs down, that is one level. You're sitting on another level. So ultimately you need to take the highest place to make the place as flat as possible. And then when you measure, a person is normally 48 to 52 inches. To to create that space, you need to go up. Because you cannot go down because there are fuel lines, there are brake lines, which normally not advisable to tamper with. So these are different cars. Aesthetics plays a very, very important role, trust me. Today when you dress up, why are you dressing up? Is because of to look good. So even a person using a vehicle needs his car to look good. It should not be some kind of dabba that you have and everybody looking at it in what is this on the road. They should look at it in awe that who has done it. It looks fantastic. The solutions if you see are normally very simple, down to earth and affordable. So this is a ramp which we have is an underflow ramp in a Maruti Eco, and we made it user friendly. When you are designing products, who is the user? One is the person with the disability, and the main user is the caregiver who will prove your product good or bad. So you need to look at the caregiver's point of view. Make it comfortable for him or her to use it, and everything else will fall into line. So these are different vehicles that we have done. We did a vehicle for a particular family. This vehicle that you see, the Ertiga. If you notice, it's got 2 wheelchairs. So we made it for 2 because both his children had cerebral palsy. So we had to design it such a way so that both the wheelchairs fit in. 2 of his caregivers can sit at the back and the whole family could travel together. This is another Ertiga that we have done, but since the patient sitting on the wheelchair is not very tall, so the roof is not very high. Now you see all these ropes tied. They are not ropes, they are called wheelchair restraints. And it's very important that the wheelchair is tied down in the car. I'll show you why later on with some video of what it is. This is also another unique innovation that we did. It was probably one of its kind in the world that we have done, and we are very proud to have done it. It's for a paraplegic to take his wheelchair into the car on his own. So it makes him totally independent. And if you notice the doors we have changed the door openings to, this is something which is called suicide doors. So both the doors open from inward outward. So they are not playing on the screen.
This one?
Yeah. Okay. So this is a very simple innovation that we have done in a Tata Nano. And if you see the direction of the doors are different, we made it opening outward, which they are called the suicide doors. It's an international terminology that's used. So it's not because someone to commit suicide. So in this vehicle, paraplegic can independently take his wheelchair and independently move wherever he wants to. This vehicle is a Mahindra Marazzo which has been fitted with a wheelchair lift. So the other option of having a ramp is a lift. So all these cars, if you see, the roof has been, thank you, has been lifted, raised. So again, this gives independence, comfort to a person with disabilities who is wheelchair bound. So these are the wheelchair restraints being put onto the wheelchair. These are similar vehicles that we have done, various different vehicles. This is something different wherein we did it for a particular person. A lot of it is customization. So we did it for a person who wanted his mother to travel in 3 ways if she has to go to the hospital. One is that she wanted a seat which opens 180 degrees, so you can put a stretcher on it and she can go on a stretcher. And the second was if she needed to go on a wheelchair, so she would go in with the lift. This is a Kia Carnival. Also we had to raise the roof of the Kia Carnival. Aesthetics is very important. So doing the car to taste is very important because the person driving, going about in it needs to be looking good. This is an Innova. These are some buses that we have done, making it wheelchair accessible. So these are the wheelchair restraints used normally for a bus, where it's got multiple uses and it can be shifted. Now I'll show you the next slide. What happens when you don't use the wheelchair restraints? People feel, "Arey, what is the necessary? I'm just going a short distance." So this is what actually happens and why the wheelchair restraints are very important to be used in every vehicle. Another thought, we don't wear seat belts sometimes. We are afraid of the cops. We don't wear helmets. Don't wear it for them. Wear it for yourself. Because see, when a car crashes, you think of what happens, things that you cannot control your movements. Now this is an old car and a new car which has crashed. One is with all the latest technology and one is the old time. So the airbags deploy, the seat belts have a function that deploy, and overall it is protection for you. So if you see it in slow motion, the way the head hits into the steering, and these are all connected with disability because they cause disabilities. You can't control anything that is happening at that speed. Whereas the airbags, when they deploy, they protect your face from hitting the steering and causing you damage. When you hit the steering, it can cause brain damage, it can cause so many things which you cannot even imagine. There's something I wanted to share you about the seat belts. The video is very long, but I'll just show you particular things. video is not very clear, but going into a crash is like hitting you with a hammer. The particular video I want to show you, yeah. See the importance of not wearing a seat belt. All of them have own seat belts. He is not wearing a seat belt. And in the time of a crash, he becomes the biggest weapon in the car, killing his girlfriend because he bangs into her and he's left disabled. So many times we feel what is the need to wear a seat belt even sitting at the back. But it is important and you need to do it for yourself. In this case, he is not wearing a seat belt and he kills his mom because he bangs into her. There was one more I wanted to show you. See, all these have not been wearing seat belts, and in a crash like that, they are all thrown out of the vehicle. So these are rotary seats. This is a rotary cum transfer seat, wherein the seat comes out onto a set of wheels and becomes the wheelchair. So you don't have to lift the person and shift the person when you are getting them into a device like this. This is how the process is. First the seat turns, then you fit the attachment. This is an electric option. These are all programmed seats, so when you turn them, with the help of a remote, it lowers itself automatically and you can put it back also. So again, you don't have to lift and shift a person. These work for SUVs and bigger vehicles. And there is the attachment of the wheelchair that you put and the person slides out of the vehicle. There is an adjustment to align both the wheelchair and the seat. So this is a different device attachment which automatically becomes an electric wheelchair. So you can dock it into your you see the wheels retracting on its own like an aircraft, and the chair goes inside. So there are hundreds of options, different options available. It all depends on what the requirement is and what they need. This is something different. It's called a person lift. So a person on a wheelchair, you can lift them with the help of a sling and then put them into the car or remove them from the car. So this is again no hand touch. Put the sling around them and lift them up. It's very easy to use and it doesn't hurt the patient in any way. If you notice, the sling can be put while the person is sitting comfortably on the chair. So it doesn't have to go under the bottom. It goes down the back and the two tongues of the sling go under the thighs. So all you engineers, you all should put your thoughts together in devising something similar on these lines to develop it, to make it affordable and give mobility to hundreds and thousands of people. This is another very interesting indigenous thing that we made many years ago for a paraplegic and the patient using a wheelchair hoist, which gives them total independence and mobility. In fact, this patient, I think he's in Chandigarh. His sport is weightlifting. So he does a lot of weightlifting. So there's a belt that comes from above. So he can go anywhere taking his wheelchair and doesn't need to wait for anyone, doesn't need anybody to help him. What about people with short stature? So you modify the vehicle, basically you work around the patient, thinking of what they need, the height, elevation, the hand controls, how do they need them, where do they need them. So if you see both the applications are different. They've got pillows behind them, under their feet. It's basically to make them sturdy in the place that they are sitting. Give them that comfort. Unless you are comfortable, you can't drive. So you need to make them comfortable. During COVID, we made something very unique. We made a two-wheeler ambulance to take, basically use them in the villages for especially those who are affected with snake bite or pregnant women, to take them to their destination in time. So it was very interesting to make them. I had a couple of interns with me, so there's a lot of enthusiasm about doing it. So this is a friend of mine who's both limb amputee. So we went to the extreme of making him a go-kart to drive on his own, to give him a different experience. It's all about sharing different experiences. See, this is a very interesting driver test station, basically important for physiotherapists. Now when you are doing physiotherapy, you want to check the strength of the treatment that you have done. How do you know whether it is the exercise that you have prescribed has improved his muscle power or decreased it? So something like this where you can document it. Today today we only pushing your hand, you will say, okay, push my hand, and you will say, okay, your strength is better or less, but there is no way to document it. So when all your reflexes are documented with the pressure that you apply, what you should apply and what you can apply, it's a very good tool that can be used for hospitals in different places where a person's progress can actually be monitored. So his foot movement, his hand movement, and also it works as a driving test simulator. Driving test simulator, we check how much of the accelerator you can press, whether the brake. See, every vehicle has different pressure rates. The accelerator requires different pressure in a light car, or the brake requires in a light car, and in a heavy car you need more energy. When you have those determined factors, then you immediately know whether he can drive this vehicle or not. And making him drive the vehicle or not is a very important factor, because if he is not suitable and you're giving him a car in his hands, it's as good as giving him a gun to shoot somebody. Because you're literally giving him a weapon in his hand, which he cannot control. See, their enthusiasm is immense. You cannot even imagine, because they want to drive. It's like, being tied and held back with a rope that you are trying to pull. But it can be also detrimental to them and to the people walking on the road. It can be anybody. It can be somebody of your family member. So you don't want to take that risk. These are different wheelchair lifts which have been fitted various places. Stair lifts. This is a patient hoist. It's not very popular, but it's a very good tool. Now you have two slings with it. We also make two slings with it. One is called a toilet sling and one is a body sling. Body sling we normally use for the quadriplegic, wherein where they are lying down and you need to slide it under them and you can lift them. But then only one person is required to do this transfer process. I remember when I had a surgery once, it was so scary. The guys came to take me for surgery, and one guy was on top of my bed with holding the bed sheet to lift me on one side, and two guys were on this side. It was a very scary thing. And I wondered why these people can't use mechanized stuff which is clean to use and 100% safe. Today everybody has the fright of being mishandled and falling. All senior citizens, all people with disabilities always have that fear. They always want something which is secure, and it's up to us to give them something secure. So we need to recommend the right thing for them. So this is a seat that we customize for for children with cerebral palsy. It's a very good tool, and all the physiotherapists must be very familiar with it. The seat is not an ordinary seat. It's a portable seat. The most important thing for cerebral palsy is posture. You see, most of the time the parents holding the child in their hand because they can't get a good posture. and because of their spine bending all the time, they don't have the right seating arrangement. So we've devised a seat which has got thoracic support, it's got headrest, it's got a separator. What we use is a 4-point harness. Like we use for aircraft, we use a 5-point, but here we use a 4-point harness. So the two straps are on top and around the waist so that you keep them placed upright in a seat, which you physiotherapists know how important it is for the posture for a child. Then we have folding armrests, we have folding footrest. The armrest give a guide, and at the same time you can fit a table on top. Now all these are customized according to the requirements as recommended by a physiotherapist. So your role is very important when it comes to children with cerebral palsy. And we also have folding footrest. You see the folding footrest. Now the portability of this seat is you can put it in a chair in your house. You can put it inside a wheelchair, which they use for school, or to go out or to the mall, or you can put it on your sofa at home or in a car seat. So this gives a lot of comfort to a lot of parents when they have something which is universal and at the same time carrying the posture which is important. Now one of the seats in Surat, we fitted it, she wanted to take a child to school. So we fitted it on an Activa and she takes the child regularly up and down and she knows the child is safe sitting in the seat. So these are different images in different angles of the seat. We also made one with a toilet seat which can be removed and put back. Sometimes they need when they are traveling. Another important tool for physiotherapists is the gait walker. Now if you see in this, it has got so many attachments and so many adjustments. It's got for the hands, to hold the hands, it's got backrest. It's got tie downs for the legs so that they don't move that more than a step that is required. These are clearer pictures of all that is there. It has got the separator here which is, and all these help a lot in their daily walking and their therapy. Physiotherapists know best what is good and what is bad for them. We were unable to get a video because the parent was not happy with, putting it on anywhere. This is another type of walker. So here we built a therapy cycle. It's like for the parent or the therapist and the child to go together. So there's a place that we designed it for. They built a special track for it. So the therapist is at the back and the child is in the front cycling. So we made foot straps and so many adaptations to make it happen. We actually put seat belts also for the seat, but then they never used it. One more video is there. This one is more going for a joyride. But it gives them an opportunity to exercise, to do therapy, which is more fun. So they've created this special track just for doing therapy for the children. we created another side-by-side cycle where parents can ride together or children and parent can ride side by side. Here the husband is had a stroke and his wife is riding with him. So these are good for old age homes and different places where it can be used. So these are lifting devices basically which we had customized. The lady in the pictures, her name is Lidwin, we named it after her. She is a tailor and wanted to stitch, but she couldn't do it on the ground, so she needed to have a table. So we made a lifting device which would lift her from the ground. To bring her to table height. So this device we have used for many places where a patient needs to get up from the ground and come to wheelchair height or to come to a bed level and then transfer side by side. So this can be operated by the battery, it can be operated anywhere in the house. This is something which a lot of people can use for therapy. It's a transfer belt, it's a set of 3 belts, and trust me, it becomes very easy to transfer a person from the bed to the chair, where you don't have to get the weight of the person in your hand. It's a lift and slide. So one belt fits on you, on the caregiver. Now if the person can hold or cannot hold is secondary. But the 2 belts which are very important is the one which you put on the calves and the other one you put around the waist. Now there are the 2 fine belts which go under the bottom. So you don't have to lift the person to put the belt underneath, and it becomes so easy to lift and shift. So the belt which is put between the calves becomes your leverage point. These are different harnesses that we have made for hydrotherapy. These are for accessible toilets, the different handles that are required. And they are very important. The handle fitted in the right place, even for senior citizens, is very important. How many of you all have heard of a wheelchair treadmill? Anyone heard of a wheelchair treadmill? No? So we made one. Basically it's to strengthen the upper body muscles. But when we went for some exhibition abroad, we found that somebody has gone a step further. So this is what a normal wheelchair treadmill does. And somebody made something like this, which a lot of you, with the help of AI, can create something like this. And you can let me know when it's ready, we can adapt it to our wheelchair. Abroad there are places where it's a regular sport. And not only people on wheelchairs, but others also use them. The Wheelie X. So you have different games. And I feel that this can do a lot for disabled children who have coordination movements. They can start and learn to practice. See, because the game will catch their attention. And you see that so many people using it and doing that. I found it very interesting to find these different sports that you have which make a difference. And I think seeing them do it, you get enough of energy to do it yourself. These are some other customizations that we have done. This girl had very limited height. She was the length of that wheelchair, that is, she used to lie down on the size of the wheelchair. And she was very fond of painting. So we made a place for her to keep a keyboard and a screen. These are different ramps. It's mandatory that ramps are there in the right places, but normally it's put in such a way to, the ramp is so steep that probably you and I would not walk on it. So it's not, doesn't even fulfill the purpose that it is put for. So you as students, when you all go visiting places, talk about accessibility to others. Communicate. Like in a wedding, you'll always throw flowers for the bride and groom to walk through. Here you should talk about disability and spread the word of crossing barriers and create an accessible path for everyone. There was one instance in a very big company. They had just one person on a wheelchair, but they took the trouble and invested in building this big ramp only to suit the person's needs, which was very commendable. Okay, so now we come to something a little more exciting. How many of you all heard of a trekking wheelchair? So we got into all this just to bring the joy and happiness to others, to reach out to them. Of course, it's always been my passion and thrill to have something new and to try something new, to make something new. So whenever we go visit some beautiful places, we always talk to our friends that we went there, it was so exciting and so beautiful, you cannot imagine the view. So imagine talking to a person with disability. He's only trying to visualize it. But with this, you can take him there, right to the point. So it's easy to use. One person pulls, the other person pushes. It's got a shock absorber, it's got a brake. So even a person who's got a spinal injury can still be comfortable on a chair like this. So we've got so many temples and forts to climb and go, wherein we can put this to use. It can go over stones. I myself have experienced it going on climbing the steps to different caves to try it out, and it has been a great success. And we hope that you all guys will take it forward in creating awareness and telling people about this so they can really experience it. So we ran it in the marathon a couple of times, in the Mumbai marathon. But here, because of the awareness or whatever, people only say, okay, good job. It doesn't go further than that. And it's up to people like you all who can take it further. How do you put disabled people in the swimming pool? So we thought of a swimming pool hoist. We fitted a couple of them. Of course, what we did was a very conventional design. But now there are newer things which we are working on. But it's all about taking them with dignity, giving them the dignified way of getting into a pool, in style, you could say. So anybody would like to go less. What about all the elders? We have so many elders who don't attempt to go in the pool because it's too dangerous for them to go in. And I don't think we can help them and assist them that, because they are, first of all, the fear is there. So when you're taking a step forward, they're always taking a step back. But with something which is secure, you can comfortably take them in the water, give them that experience of getting into the pool. And maybe it's too expensive for an individual to own, but you have so many colonies, you have so many big groups which can easily afford to buy them and have them in their complexes. So it's very easy to use, it's very safe, and most importantly, it's the thrill. So we went a step ahead. We made a swimming pool platform for physiotherapists to treat children in the pool, in the hydrotherapy pool. Where the child, if you take a small child, we go to put him in the pool for hydrotherapy, he'll go right to the bottom. So we built a platform, a floating kind of, a soft platform, which you can be used. Some more adventure. Going into the water in an amphibian chair. So we imported this product and we've given an experience to hundreds of children and people, taking them into the water. We've even taken them into the sea, which I'll show you the video. So it's very easy to cart around, very easy to take. And it's floating, so it's very safe. You can jump around in it. But the most valuable input is the smile on their faces. Most of them, if you see, they try something new, and the smile on their faces is the most rewarding gift that you can get from any of them. So you can see how safe it is to use. So this is in the pool. You may say, okay, it's fine. Let's go into the sea now. To experience the waves, the salt water. It brought so much of joy and happiness to him going into the water. So these are the different water sports stuff. And we would love to get all this into the country to give people a difference. Now we go further into getting into the water. So I was very excited when I saw this. And I would love to bring this experience into India, where you can take at least four wheelchair bound passengers onto the floating device and take them rowing. So these have been tested up to very high waves for the safety, to check the safety of it. And they have tested up to 2 beta waves. See, all the wheelchairs are strapped well with the restraints. And they have all these games and all there abroad, which, why can't we have it here? Let me see where that video is. We should be having events like this. Probably you all should think about it and organize maybe with your college, your university, something very unique. And these things are all possible. See all the masti in all of them. See the adventure, and they just seem like normal people, like you and me doing it all together. So what I want you to take home from this is to see that it's not a disability. It's a question of looking at it in a different way. Another piece of adventure. This I saw so many youngsters and even elderly people pulling themselves up. Create such a different experience and the thrill of doing it. Even if they are not pulling up their whole weight, but the thrill of going up in the air, and all of them went pretty high. If you look at it, they went right up. The roof was very high. And still going. And these are all simple things that we can do include them in all our activity all over the place. Anytime any of you need my help and assistance, I'm always there. All out for adventure. This is something that we are going to launch probably next month. We've imported these frame runners and we want to give a different experience, but understand first what frame running is all about. For children with cerebral palsy and autism, giving them activity to do. Tiptoeing with a set of wheels gives them freedom. They are walking, they are running. And this is a sport that has been recognized by the Paralympics and the Special Olympics. So we hope that in future we'll see our kids taking part in all these activities. So we've imported 4 different models for different sizes. So even those with amputees can use it. It basically has a chest support. Okay. 5 minutes. I think we are running out of time, but I think we've covered most of it. We've also done doggy carts for giving ability to the doggies who have spinal cord injuries. In one of the engineering colleges, we made cutaway engines, sections of all the components, aggregates for students to learn. Boccia is another game you all should look up for children with disabilities. These These are all my QR codes if you would like to get in touch with me. And we'll end with this last video. Can we have the sound for this, please? Can we have the sound? That's it. From the beginning.
प्ले कर दिया।
Little louder. Thank you.
I would like everyone to give a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. This was really mesmerizing. We got a lot of knowledge from you. Sir, I would like you to stay back on the stage. Before that, we would like to welcome Dr. Suprit Bindra and Dr. Pankajprit Singh. Please give them a huge round of applause. Sir, I would like to say something for you. He builds not just machines, but hope that moves, turning barriers into bridges and limits into grooves. His work reminds us innovation is not just art, it's compassion powered by a human heart. Thank you so very much, Dr. Ferdinand Rodrigues, for such an inspiring and eye-opening session. Your words truly remind us that innovation is not just about technology, but also about touching lives. The way you connected theory with real life experiences was truly inspiring. Let's have a huge, huge round of applause for sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thus, I would like to call upon our head of department, Dr. Suresh Meni, to felicitate Dr. Ferdinand on the stage. Thank you, sir, for that. Moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce a visionary clinician, educator, and researcher whose work is redefining the future of rehabilitation science. Dr. Rajdeep Ojha, Associate Professor at the Center of Advanced Technology-Enabled Rehabilitation in the Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, CMC, Vellore, India. Dr. Ojha stands at the intersection of clinical neurohabilitation, biomedical engineering, and digital health innovation. His pioneering research integrates neuromodulation, functional electrical stimulation, and robotics-assisted rehabilitation to enhance mobility, independence, and quality of life for patients with neurological and musculoskeletal disorders. As principal investigator of the acclaimed EuroAlert project, a variable bladder pressure and volume monitoring system, Dr. Ojha has contributed to bridging cutting-edge engineering design with real-world clinical application. His work in spinal reflex modulation and assistive device development has been recognized internationally and continues to shape the next generation of rehabilitation technology. At CATA, he leads a multidisciplinary team uniting medicine, data science, and technology to create a holistic rehabilitation ecosystem. As a mentor, he inspires emerging professionals to explore innovation grounded in empathy and evidence-based practice. Please join me in warmly welcoming a pioneer in modern rehabilitation and a leading voice in clinical innovation, Dr. Rajdeep Ojha.
Thank you.
Very good morning to lovely people. I think all of you, as your institute resounds, you all are the lovely people, lovely campus, lovely hospitality. Everything is lovely over here, and lovely environment as well. So I congratulate all of you to maintain that system of the teaching and the learning going on way forward. And I also acknowledge that your university has been in the world ranking, and which is a proud moment for all of you. So I'm really happy to note that. And with that, I would like to thank Dr. Suresh, Dr. Swati, and the entire team from the LPU for letting me to share what my thoughts on your future generation AI conference, and hope you are having a good learning time. By the time we sort out some technical glitches, maybe just a thing. I would like to start with with more interactive sessions, and I think we have been from past few days, we have been talking about how to innovate, what to innovate, and yeah.
Before that, I just need to make a quick announcement.
Yeah, sure.
All the people who are there for the poster presentations can place their posters in block 3, room number 101. They can go and place their posters there. Block 3, 101. Not the patent ones, but the research paper ones.
Duplicates. Maybe duplicate is better. Okay, yes, that's fine. Yeah, so so I think all of you are leading into the healthcare, and particularly into the biomedical system. And when we talk about more on the less of biomedical system, it comprises of a multidisciplinary team of doctors, therapists, engineers, everybody, and everybody's role is crucial. So here I'm just going to talk about one analogy with one of the examples which I would like to create, and to initiate our discussions more interactive. Rather than having a one-way communication, I would like to have you all talk about various your experiences as well when I proceed to various slides of mine. And let's see if how we can innovate. And you have a leading example in front where previous speaker Dr. Frederick was able to do quite a lot of things which has made impact in life of many people with disabilities. So, and also like if you could I was listening to your discussions yesterday, and I think all of you came up with the different ideas to innovate. You had different projects from the muscle generation of the muscles to the integrations of these neurons and all talking. And that reminded me, that gave me a feeling 2 decades ago when I also used to think similar situation, similar thought process, everything youngsters, nothing there, but just a thought process to change the world. But when we think about all those things, it takes a long time to understand what actually the problem definition is. And that's where and when we try what technologies which we develop, that is where we have to see how it is feasible, how is eco-friendly, how is it making the impact. So all those things will go through this during my process over here. Now before I progress,
There's some technical check going on.
okay, yeah. So I would like all of you to download something called as a Physics Toolbox Sensor Suite. Probably, if at least not all of you, but some of you who would like to download, you have the QR code over here. I think I will try to demonstrate the utility of such openware, probably in the rehabilitation setting, and how we can use this openware as well to make things much better. So, so with that, let me start with introducing and some of the softwares and some of the developments which I would like to bring along in more interactive way during the process of my slide. Now here let me introduce first to my department where I work, where is it's in the southernmost part of the country, and the Department of Rehabilitation actually started from from our pioneering work of Dr. Mary Verghese, who was the person herself paralyzed on the wheelchair. In 1960s, when there was, she met with an accident. She was an MBBS doctor. She met with an accident, nothing facility in the country. She went outside for the rehabilitation, came back. She set up some things. She understood the grief of people, and she started the center called as a Center for Department of PMR. And that's where the PMR journey begins in the country, and that's we really thank that such event even has happened, and we could get the rehabilitation in the countries during that time. Now going to the, so we operate in 2 campuses mostly, and there are more campuses now, but it's a hospital campus and rehabilitation campus. And as all of you, you also are doing the similar work where you rehabilitate people with complex disability from head to toe. Now we, what various complex disability, and I think all of our responsibilities are things. So how is, so rehabilitation as a teamwork, we all know that we have the patients, we have the therapist which does one-to-one interaction, one-to-one planning. Everybody's role is important in this cascade, this thing, to keeping the people and people's disability into the center of things. And we all work towards associating the resources so that somebody can have a better life. So all is a rehabilitation is not an individual's work, and it's a teamwork where everybody plays the crucial important role. Now these are the photos of many people who have gone back to the societies. And I think I was happy to note that you all are part of the Rehab Mela being organized over here, and you might have had such a glimpses which is there. And you are into the sports rehabilitation, so definitely such kind of thing, and your patients are also into different thing. So now let's, so we all work as a, all of us, yourself and ourselves, that our goal is to reintegrate into community. And how do we make an impact? Now coming to the engineering background, and how many of you over here, I assume that this is a mixed crowd of engineers and the therapists. So may I know how many groups are of you are the physiotherapist group, and how many of them are the thing? Can you raise your hand, please? So physiotherapist group, all, so quite a lot of people. And what about engineers? So here, so there are few, very few. So yeah, that's perfectly all right. But here, here when we look into this development, we start with the problem definition. And problem definition, like yesterday also Dr. Pathak realized that we start with the this entire problem definition. And I would suggest that we should spend 95% of our time in defining the problem definition. And that's where the solution will drop in. But most of the thing what we start with is the moment you got the problem, you immediately have to implement. Half the way you go through, you say that the problem definition is not very well defined. And that's where you restart the process. You try to understand a couple of things. You add on to couple of things. So these are the experiences which we have gone through. And I would encourage that we go to this. Then you, based on your problem is very well defined, you come to the design. So you design something, some feasibility studies, some things which you do the fabricate. So once this fabrication process is over, you do a benchtop testing, and then benchtop testing to the manufacturing, where you can try it out, and then you outroll into the distribution and the market. So that's the usual case of the technology development. And some of the things goes through the animal trial mode, where the nanofibers and all those things definitely are going to go with the animal trial mode before it goes to the thing. So there is a lot of things which happens between the problem definition to this. And unlike any biomedical engineering, rehabilitation engineering is more on the less of the customized technologies, not many analogous technologies which we can build up like that, like ECG, MRI, which all the hospitals can use, but not the people undergoing with this. Every patient you you treat goes through the unique experience. We all go through the unique experience. We make them as customizable. Everything we go with that, and based on that it has been tailored. Now let me jump to the focus of the topic, where we are talking about where do we draw the line between the fundamental and when I talk about the basic fundamentals, I will take you to one of the classic examples where we can slip or we can integrate into the AI model also. We will come to the artificial intelligence, but I think mostly we go into the fundamentals part as a first thing. And so to talk about that, I have taken an example of our gait analysis system. And how many of you, could I ask, how many of you you have been visited or you do a gait analysis thing? What are your experiences with the gait analysis? You know about the gait analysis. Can I have, before I move down to the next set of my discussions on this and coming to the fundamentals. So please don't consider this as a class on the gait analysis, but I would like you to give a thought and then we'll take it from there. So can I have anybody answering about the gait analysis? Have you seen any patients for doing the gait analysis? And now I'll try to show over here that we can do the gait analysis in a live. That also I would like to come on in a couple of minutes. But before that, I would like any of you would like to share anything on the gait analysis? Yeah, Dr. Sakshi. Oh.
So good morning. So we are having a gait-on lab over here in the LPU itself. We are analyzing the gait for several patients as well as for the normal subjects to get the temporal and the spatial variables for them, and the real-time data we are getting for them. The kinematic variables are there. So we are using it from like past 2 or 3 years. Even my research topic was having the gait variables in it. So we are doing, and we are just correcting and rehabilitating the patients and the normal subjects. We are assessing them and comparing them for for future rehabilitation purpose.
So that's really wonderful to note that the usage of the gait analysis. So in the gait analysis, you are using the spatiotemporal parameters.
Yes.
You are using the kinematics,
Yes.
which might be plenty of cameras. So is it confined in the laboratory environment?
Yes, we are having a lab which is specific for the gait. And apart from that, we are having a kinovia, which is being used to assess the plantar pressure, baropodometer.
Okay.
So that gives us the real-time data regarding the variables which are related to the gait itself. It can be used for the dynamic analysis as well. So plantar pressure in terms of the static and the dynamics as well.
Okay. And just one last question. Yes. How much does the gait analysis laboratory will cost, setting up the thing?
So it depends upon like the more you are going into it and the more we can spend in, you know about it, that we can spend in as
Yeah.
much our wish.
Yeah.
And we can start it like minimally, just like we are using the Kinovia, just a simple application. We want to know the basics and we can download the Kinovia in
Kinovia
the
app. Yes.
laptop, and we can get a normal camera to assess it. But other than that, we can use like the amount which we can
Yes,
spend.
yes. So basically, if you look at setup like this, where you can see that the gait analysis laboratory in typical setting, you have a multiple cameras, you have a multiple EMG system, and you have the force pressure thing at the center of thing. So all together, if you include them, you have easily 1 to 3 crore depending upon what you have been talking about. So I think this is just to let the student know about the cost at which these things happens. And here I think I wonder that we had first gated lab set up in 1989, where it was the era of the darkness, because no light was there, and the computers were very slow. Nowadays you have a fast processing, so you have a more high-end cameras. Everything is there. So still the walking remains the same. The pattern of the walking is what we are trying to do it in today's thing. At the end of the day, I think you also are getting the similar graphs which you get it. So if you look at this trace over here, you have plenty of graphs which are cluttered on the thing, where I think no need to bother about those things. But what we need to know is what we are talking about is, that's what Dr. Sakshi also talked about that you have kinematics, where your angles are there, you have the moments, you have power, you have EMGs all together in a single phase of the gait cycle. Now, so it looks too complicated to things, but what we can do with these gait system is we can assess the patient's mobility and plan the intervention. So pre and post we can do the comparison, like similarly what you do over here. And so all those processing, all those things, it takes its own long time over here. Here you can see the multiple EMGs which are there. So too many things are being put into one graph, and for our ability to understand what we can do with these graphs. So in typical nutshell, instrumental gait analysis will have kinematics, kinetics and EMG. And I think all of you are aware about that. Dr. Sakshi also mentioned the same thing which is there. So let me get into the details about how from the engineering perspective of the measurement of this system. So what it measures is, like, basically you have the 3 cameras which are 3 or multiple cameras putting in and around, and where we put the markers. So and what we do is we place these markers. So basically it's nothing but you are placing the markers, formulating the angle calculations, which is done in the real time, and that's how you are trying to progress. So multiple markers on the body. And basically what you are doing is let's say, for example, how many points do you need to create a line? How many points, minimum, how many points do you need to create a line? So 2 points. So looking at that, and the angle between the 2 lines is what you talk about the kinematics of the gait analysis. I think all of you are aware about that. If I have to measure the ankle angle, I need to put the 2 foot markers, and then on the shank I need to put the another 2 markers, and that's where I can calculate the angle between these 2. Similarly for the knee angle, if I have to say just 2 points and the 3rd and the 4th point, it makes me to calculate the knee angle. So that's the thing. But have you visualized that if you put too many markers and it is being moved into space? So you can visualize that each individual dots which you have put into the body is moving into the space. And what we term it as a sampling, and we sample this data at a very high rate, which is like basically closer to 100, 200 or 1 kilohertz. Now if you have a 16 markers and every marker has been placed to 1 kilohertz, which means 1000, and when we talk about the sampling, we talk about how many data points coming into place for the 1000 data points. So 16 markers, 16,000 data points. Now you have a EMG which is also sampled at 16 channels. So you have another set of this 16 channel, again another 16,000 points if you have a 16 channel. So and then you have a 3D force platform which has been kept. That also gives you plenty of things. So you have plenty of data, plenty of opportunities for that, and then you need to put it into the graphs and you have to do the processing. So it's a lot of overhead from the engineering point of view as well, and the same thing it goes with reference to what and if it is if you miss any of these data points, you have to redo the calculation. You have to ask the person to walk again and again. So that again is like a bottleneck for all of us. Like basically when you look at that, how many times you can ask the person to walk. And that's where I think you might be feeling a lot of challenges when you are conducting this gait analysis system. So I just taken this analogy, that means like, so the common goal over here is to reduce the burden on the patients, to have more efficient system, the more thing, but can we stop taking these basic things which we can directly hand over to the AI? We will talk about this thing. Now here you can see that after this you get those angles, and the darker regions over here corresponds to the stance phase, and this is the swing phase of the cycle. So I think all the phases of the cycles are quite clear to all of you, and I think I need not go into the detail. Now let me also come into another aspect of the force calculations, and that's where you measure the ground reaction forces, and we actually practice. If I talk about the ground reaction forces, what Newton's law do we exhibit? Which Newton's law do we exhibit? Is the third law? That's correct, because what you are getting is to every action there is equal and opposite reaction, and that's where I think all of you have this particular notion. But how do you get this equal and opposite reaction? So that's where you put something at the foot pressure or the force pressure measurement device under, and that should not give you the equal ground reaction forces, and that's where the sensors are being kept. Now the emphasis over here is also one more burden which I would say, and I think most of the patients which you see and which you see is the three-dimensional forces. And which means the third law is not only just to have the vertical force, which is what you are typically turning out to be the ground reaction force, but we are also talking of the forces in the medial, lateral and the forward backward direction. But why do we need those forces? Because then from the engineering point of view, my technology will be lesser and you will only have one forces to worry about that. But why do we need the forces in the medial, lateral and the forward backward direction? Can anybody answer to that thing? The sway thing? Okay, so you wanted to do the sway. So you can think about the normal AP and medial lateral. Any more answers to it? A quick answer. So I'll go with this notion that you wanted to also do the sway. But I'll also like to add on to one more important aspect over here is imagine a situation where you have been asked to walk on a tiles where the water is spilled or the oil is spilled. Now, what will be your situation of the walking? I think all of you might have started calculating this thing in your head, that how will you walk? Will you walk normally, or will you you tend to prevent yourself from the fall? And that's exactly is what the situation with the people with disabilities is there, because their abnormal motions are there, and that's where they are going into the shear forces more than what it is called as the ground reaction forces. And that's where you need to know the either in the you will fall in the forward backward or the medial lateral direction, and that's where the 3D forces helps into knowing this particular thing. Now, why I am going about this is important, because all of us treat common people, and that's where we come to know. And here some equations which we place to decipher the forward, backward, medial, lateral and forces. This is just a cartoon representing how the direction of the thing. And we also do the inverse dynamics model, which is more precise thing to calculate the moments. And anybody would like to comment on what the moments can give you in the gait analysis? What is the, we usually, I think you might in your course curriculum, you might have been be talking about the plantar flexor moment, dorsiflexor moment, and like very generic term which you have been using in your classical analysis thing. But what does this moments refers gives me the notion? Why it is the moments are important? What refers to the plantar flexor moments? What is the dorsiflexor moment? Let's say if we talk about that in a gait cycle. Any? Okay. Okay. The internal forces and the external forces, and mostly internal forces, what you are talking about is being controlled with reference to the muscle coordination and the activation. And that's where the whole idea is that can we calculate the forces from the muscles? And I'll come to this particular notion, can we predict the motion with reference to the muscle contraction? Because this is an important question to think about, and I'll get back to this particular answers with reference to the notion of how we can do it. Okay, so let me just play this thing. So that's how you do the recording and then you play. So this is our old version of the software which we have developed, and you can see that how the person is walking and various phases, the muscle coordination. So most of the thing we develop our own software system. Power supply was not on. I think power supply. It is not on. Or this other white one. Yeah. So, so by the time this comes up, let's try it out the physics 2 app which you have downloaded. Has anybody downloaded? You can use my mobile. Can I request anybody to come over here, and I think can we project the. Yeah, Play Store is available.
What's the name of the app?
physics toolbox, and I have that. Otherwise, you want to download physics toolbox suite. So we'll try to the motion analysis using this a simple tool which we have.
So we can display it over there, so it can be displayed
Yeah.
on the screen. Yeah, we can
Yeah.
go there.
Yeah.
Nishant?
Video can be clubbed, so maybe I think you can stand there. What I am going to do is I have put the G-force meter among that. If you look at your thing, so so this one you have the 3 axis which is being represented. If I move motion in XYZ direction, based on that this is likely to change. And what most of the thing what madam was telling about the sway assessment is like, basically if you put this device over here, you can use your mobile, and you place it over here. If I ask him to lean in the medial or the forward backward direction, so based on that, whichever, so this is right now the blue sensor is been turning. If you walk towards it, you can see that there are, I think you might not be able to see, but I think you can visualize, and if you have downloaded, you can tilt your mobile sensors to see if there is any effect with that. So you can literally in your clinic, you have a handy tool where you can use these things and extract the data, and you can do the processing. So probably I think the working between a collaboration between the therapist and the engineers would like to make much more meaningful solution to this kind of terminology. You can do quite a lot of other assessments in this, so you can look into details about this entire thing when you have a time and you can explore. But here I'm just telling that we have plenty of openware tools which we can play around, which we can tweak this, we can understand that, and our mobile is the greatest tool to do it. So thank you, my friend. So that's the first demo which comes through thing. Now let me come into this question about the, let me So let me come to the many of these graphs which you have seen. Which of these steps which I showed you, do you think that the AI can help now? Yeah, because we have seen the forces, we have seen the EMGs, we have seen the kinematics, we have seen everything in the thing with the multiple graphs, multiple steps. I talked about the fundamentals. I talked about the ground reaction forces, Newton laws thing. Now because the era is changing, and we also have to change our thought process, that how we can make this happen when we have to make this happen. So how do we do that? Any brainstorming thoughts on this? No, I would like to for you to think about it, because I projected one problem definition, that because actually from the time which has been told that I have to talk about the innovations in the AI, and it is a beautiful conference, there's no doubt about that. But I've been in the thought process that where should we draw a line, and where should I put the artificial intelligence in these kind of the fundamental, and that's why I requested Dr. Suresh and Dr. Sakshi that can we restrict the talk on that, where should we draw a line, right? And I would like you to, this generation, to think about and tell me like where should we add on. And definitely I'll show you that where we have added. So there's no doubt that means like we have not done the AI part of this particular thing, but I would like you to think and tell me where should we draw the line. So this question, I leave it as an open-ended question, because I'll be talking more on the less of over here. Just a minute. Yeah, here we have moved down. So I'll again come to this question. So there's no doubt on that. This is our newer version, which we do in the real-time gait analysis, where the multiple graphs are moving in the real time, multiple things are happening. So, so plenty of things are here on your dais to think about. Yeah. So as here we also take this x, y coordinate. Basically you are moving in x and y and z. So that's why what you are doing is like basically those coordinates you are using to find the distance. And that's where you have to take those considerations. And since they are moving in the distance, they are moving in the time, you calculate the walking speed, you calculate various spatiotemporal parameters from this. And then you can also know whether the limb is in the ground or whether the limb is in the air. So that way you can calculate the stance swing ratios. So all those things are there. Additionally, we also look into the physiological cost index, and that's which is the cost of energy consumption, which means how much energy a person is consuming while the walking. And how do I determine that? And this is what I calculate with reference to the heart rate variations. And here are this multiple graphs, which you can see that there is improvement in the knee as compared to the pre, where you can see that there is quite a lot of flexion. So you take this as a basis, you try to improve, you try to compare the pre-post analysis, and you see how the person has improved with AFO, without AFO, with the unbraced, what was the pre-op condition, post-op condition. So you do all those things. But where the things comes, we also face the challenges in the wired EMG systems. And because if you put the patient with multiple these sensors on the body and ask the person to walk, imagine that how will you be able to walk that way. So that is the situation which we have. And if you look at this, so all these things connected to system, and that system connected to the computers, and that's where the completely wired system, and that is a extremely difficult job. To make this thing simpler, I have the system over here with me, where the most of the wired on the body remains the same, but the link is cut between the thing, and all the data which has been compiled over here is been received there successfully. So that's like a delivery mechanism. So what we call is a partly thing, and then we have also worked on the completely wired system. So completely wireless system, where each node acts as a wireless, and it is being received. So we are in the process of this thought process, how we make the patients walking little easier in the environment, and that's our 32 channel wireless EMG system recording. The physiological cost index, which so here there's nothing to talk much on that, but here if you look at that, here you say that the data which has been missed has been processed such that you can see the smooth curve, because all of us are tuned to look into the smooth curve, and but at the end of the day we should not lose the content of this signal inside this. So that is also the role of thing. If we do over processing, over filtering, over thing, this will go into another direction, and what you will be interpreting as a dorsiflexion may not be a dorsiflexion. So that's where we also need to understand, that means like how much I am doing the filtering, how much I am doing the processing, how much, what is my limit to it, what are the things do's and don'ts. So that is like basically all these things I am putting into the human intelligence part. Because if you do not know these fundamentals, you will be doing, and you basically what in fancy pictures you would like to have a very smooth curve. It's like basically riding on the smooth hill terrain, and nobody likes to walk on the rough terrain. And that's exactly is the danger to it, because there are, the patient's life is a rough terrain, and if you take away all those things and make very smooth, then your prediction, your implementation, your thought process, all those things will not be aligned to what you see the clinical results. At the end of the day, what you are seeing is the clinical output, and they might not be correlating, and then you will go back and you see what could be the result. This is our co-developed patent between IIT Madras and CMC Vellore. So I guide student between both the institution. And here this one, the wearable gait analysis system in the outdoor setting, and that's you can see that that the knee flexion angle in the outdoor setting is different than what you do it in the confined environment, because the confined environment will restrict you, right? And your walking may not be regular. So all those things are the part of limitations and thing. So now let me again ask that same question. By the time you might have thought about my question on where on these graphs should I fit on the artificial. That's why I cut now the humans. Now we talked about all the fundamentals, we talked about the pathology, we talked about the filter, signal processing, everything. So where should we do? And I'll give you what we have looked into our example, and what we have done on this particular thing. But that is not only one example. You might have a better thought process. So can I have answers from the all of you audience? Can I pass this mic to all of you? Any of you? Just attempt. Don't worry on the. Hello, yeah. Here we are not worried on whether the answer is right or right. Here we are only just looking into what thought process we come across. Okay, yesterday you gave very innovative ideas, right? So today also I am expecting that if there's some thought process comes. Yes? Anyone? Why there is so much silence? Had I asked you a very difficult question, or had I scared you? There's another thing, because I showed you so many things and nobody dares to challenge the AI. Because let's challenge. Let's ask a right question. Then you will get a right answer. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
It was a great session by you. And as you asked about how we can inculcate or integrate artificial intelligence into the gait analysis. So I think that when we talk about the EMG, during the filtering or the decoding of the data of the EMG, we can integrate AI for better. We can, if we do the manual extraction of the data, there we have to remove the artifacts ourselves and the errors in it, the manual errors that we have done during the analysis. So we can integrate artificial intelligence to decode the data more accurately and more precisely. Other than that, we can also, like as the name suggests, the artificial intelligence. It is an intelligent system, so we can integrate it in our the sensors and the cameras also, so that sometimes as we do the 3D analysis of the gate, if we have the artificial intelligence that are taught the programs that this type of gate is correct and this type of gate is incorrect, so it can differentiate the, it can give an idea of that someone is having a wrong gate. That's
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, so that's a good answer to it, that at least you thought about it, various processes. Now let me critique on what you have said. First you said that you can use for the signal processing basically, for decoding the data and using the artificial intelligence. First and foremost thing, I should know whether how are you sure that your data is correct? So should we, so one of the thought processes, like basically you see the trend, you know what is the data, then you feed into the artificial intelligence network, and then that after the data is, everything is smooth and everything is correct, then it goes to the next level of the artificial intelligence. But before that, if you feed into that, also we can see that we can mark those points as a noise, and then in the next time when it comes, so that is where you can draw a line to the artificial intelligence part of it, and you can also use the computer vision algorithms for doing the, instead of the marker points, you can use the markerless system which does the same job of which I am going to say. So so I appreciate that you answered quite a lot of things where you can put into that. Now here we ask this question over here the same way, that how we can do it, the artificial intelligence, and this one was the project laid between the DRDO and the CMC Vellore, and DRDO is leading into the exoskeleton development. And exoskeleton is a bit challenge because you have the motors that need to be drive in the fashion in which the person's stance swings and everything is being maintained, adapt to the walking ability. Now here the challenge is, and I think in the physiology, we have that muscle contracts first, and consequences of the muscle contractions, it leads to the motion, right? So can we predict the contraction of the muscle can predict the notion of the range of motion, how the and proportionate those thought process. So that where we drew the line, and we said that because what you said that physiologically the difference between the contraction of the muscle and the physiological response, which is the motion, is roughly around 100 to 150 millisecond. So now what you have a challenge is to get this 100 to 150 milliseconds of the time, and whether if you can predict, then you can program that particular motor, and depending upon what the contraction is, you can lead to the control of the exoskeleton, and you can take this time, and that's where we explored this. We defined very simple problem definition that can muscle lead to. So we developed this biopotential amplifiers over here. We did this thing in our gate lab. You can see that the EMG sensors, you can see the proportionate contraction which are happening. We fed into this, so we are asking the reverse question, and most of the gate analysis which we do is the surface EMG. So most of the muscles like iliopsoas and internal muscles will not give you the answers. So you have another burden to deciphering those as a retrospective markers from the rectus femoris or the medial ham, and combination of this. All those things are the future. And if you look at here, if I show you, this is the scaled version, but if you can see that my the pink trace is the range of motion, and my this trace is the green, and the blue are the tibialis anterior, and the action is the tiptoeing. Okay, so when you tiptoe, what muscle do you expect? And so here if you look at that, the beginning of the contraction of the muscle is leading to the range of motion over here. Now let's get into more detail about this. So we took this particular model, we fed into the AI algorithm the EMG versus the range of motion for the ankle joint, and processed, and the results were surprised when we validated against this. So, so what results do you expect? So here if you look at that, the pink color is the net from the motion capture system, but what we got is this is the result of the artificial intelligence. Now blue color comes just few when as soon as the muscle contracts. Why? Why does the blue color comes just the result of the artificial intelligence should also have been the same as like what you expect as the natural thing, and that's what you tend to do, the artificial and the human intelligence, and you said that okay, this is what validated. But what we got is the moment the contraction started, the moment the values climbed up, and then this has almost some 5 degrees of variation. If we feed in more data, we'll get more accuracy to it. But any answers to it? Any answers to this particular thing? So I'm trying to add on to your complexity of asking too many questions. So, but these are the thought process which we need to think about it. And here, if you look at that, the artificial intelligence does not have those mechanical delays, electromechanical delays from the physiological delays. And what we have labeled it, accordingly it has been done. But this is a very beneficial, because I can utilize this opportunity to drive on use the crucial part and can predict what will happen after a few milliseconds. And that's the important aspect of it. So that's the thing that matches with the reference to what you have also thought about. Yeah, so various phases which we have done, seated, plantar flexion, all those things gave us the similar answers what we were asking. Now here is the another thing which is like basically this this is a part of computer vision algorithm, but so if you look over here, you can mitigate this. These are the open AI thing. Based on that ankle, plantar flexor, dorsiflexor, you can do the action, and based on that you can create the graphs. So all is possible with this system. Now let me take you to the another thing, and I'll just wind up with this 2 demos which I think, how much time do I have? Just 10 minutes. Okay, so let me I think all of you have played Tetris game. I think most of you might have played Tetris, and when I'll play this thing, I'll just show you what I am doing over here. Let me try to attempt. Let's see what is there. Now, let me see. This is the source code just written, one of our student developed, and we tried to look into this. So these are like, what I'm just saying is you can use AI, you can have you can try doing the lot of openware, you can develop by your own, you don't have to depend on anything. So I'll just put as a LPU. So LPU here. Now this game will give you the I think most of you might have played, right? So I have not touching now. Now, but how you can, this is a gamification, and I think quite a lot of gamification is happening in our day-to-day day life, and we are also addicted to quite a lot of games. We are doing things, but how you can make this game into a very interactive for the patient care? So how do you do that? Just a game is a game. So now the game is over. So I'll play this game again, and what we did with this particular thing is, so basically that one was for the sway assessment. Let me put it clear. Let me write LPU1. Okay, so the blocks were coming very straight, and that was not controlled. Now if you look at that, when I am moving, it is accordingly, it will move, right? So you can use this effective technologies which you can develop, and you can say, and when I have to change, I just jump. Oh, sorry. So you can do your sway assessment, sway analysis, anything. So it's very sensitive. Is when I am moving, it is moving along with me. So that's the power of the collaborative work between the engineers and the doctors and the therapists and everybody. So we need to utilize this simple technologies which are dispersed, easily available, and try to make it happen for the patient care. So that's the thing which I just talk about. So you have to take one extra mile to initiate the collaborations. You have to take extra miles to have a lot of discussions. And believe me, such kind of these gamified devices are very, very expensive. And in the country where we have to treat people with disabilities, people with below poverty line, how we can treat, right? So. And assume many of you will become an entrepreneur, and yesterday's I think I could see that many entrepreneurs were coming out that particular thing. What you are talking about, the filing a patent, filing this thing, all those things are like basically academically and professionally that, but actually we have a lot of social responsibilities also. So we need to gear ourselves to provide the solutions. And somebody I think yesterday told that means like he will sell 1,000 rupees technology to one person rather than having sold 10 technologies to 100. And I would ask the same thing, can we do it in 10 rupees to 100 patients? That is what we need to work towards it, because at the end of the day, that tomorrow that poor person will might be somebody of your relative also, somebody of you. God forbid nothing happens, but in today's world anything can happen. So at the end of the day, we have to keep our prima facie, our responsibilities also into this particular thing, and we need to see that how we can have a benefit where win-win for everybody. That's my motto for this particular thing, that it should be win-win situation for everybody. Probably I think I might not have time, but I think we have the wireless EMGs also for the demo. But I think probably grossly you might have got the answers to thing. But wireless EMGs, it's a very small module which we can set it up anytime, anywhere, and you can just battery powered wireless, you can plug in anything and immediately you can capture the thing. So you can develop quite a lot of things in, provided your science is correct, your clinical problem definition is correct. So I would like to go back to the problem definition part of it. So I shared one, it's not about the gate analysis. Please don't misunderstand my talk as a gate analysis talk on that particular thing. My thought is like basically there is a problem definition where we can to fit your theme of AI, and that's where we have worked on these small technologies, and that's why our center is called as a Center for advanced technology enabled rehabilitation. That's what we're catering to the need for people with disability. So that's the thing, and that's where everybody of us should get into this. Now, this is my final and last and the final slide. I have a disclaimer to it. If you feel offended, please, it's not playing. Duplicate. That might take it out and put it back. Yeah. Yeah. So what do you expect from my slide? My last slide, and that's what I put as a take-home message. So I am not against AI. I am not, so that's why I'm going as a disclaimer before I talk about a few of these particular things. But I'm been cognizant of the fact that I use AI, but with caution. That's what I would like you all to think about it. You should always keep human intelligence in the first place and then artificial intelligence. And I think all of us in various discussions, and I think these are all thoughts combined from all the thoughts and the discussions which I had with various people over here and everywhere. Do not see the world through the lens of artificial intelligence, but through your wisdom. That's the another take-home message for from this. And here the entire conference is on the future of AI. Have you thought about the future of yourself? Right? So have we spent enough 5-10 minutes of our time to talk about what will be my future? You are glorifying the future of the AI. So that's where we have to come across this particular thought process. So this is not the thing, but what we have to talk about is the future of AI and future of ourselves as well. Right? We should take this particular thing. Usually, another thought I put it as a people blindly working in AI lives in fantasy. Somehow it turns out to be very derogatory for the non-AI user, because most of the thing you are cut off from the world, and that is what I am just saying is blindly. That's why I have marked the red mark. It's a blindly. We should use the keep eyes open. And you use the eye open, you use the correct thing. There's nothing wrong in usage of this particular thing, and we have to take this particular thing. I showed you the one example where with this thing. So finally, if the foundation is weak, building will collapse, correct? So if you build your AI knowledge on the top of it with the strong foundation, then building is not likely to be collapsed. And that's I leave this thought process. And no matter what you do, it should benefit the patient. That's the most important thing for all of you to take home from here. So here is where the thought process. And finally, when I say that keep thinking for better tomorrow, do not stop your process of thinking. Do not be submersive to the technological world. You have to think, you have to think, and you have to think. So that's my acknowledgement. Okay. And here I thank everybody. And let's take a pledge to make our country as a Atmanirbhar Bharat as per our Modi ji's vision and thing. And when we work together, we work in the sync, we work this particular thing, we can make the patients do much more better, like what Dr. Frederick has showed about the climbing the hill which is a very different task altogether. Has anybody thought about that? I don't think so. That I think apart from, I'm hearing from him the first time that at least the people with disability can go up to that, get experience. So you at this age, don't worry about the patents and this thing. Those are only for the CVs and everything. Think about what you can do better, you can make them better and everything, so that you can learn more. So that's the thought process. I leave it to you. Okay, thank you very much.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. आपके लिए एक छोटी सी शायरी मेरे तरफ से.
इरशाद.
जहाँ साइंस मिलती है इंसानी जज्बात से, वहाँ निकलती है रोशनी डॉक्टर ओझा के विचार से.
Thank you. It is beautiful line.
रिहैबिलिटेशन को दिया उन्होंने नया निर्माण, टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ छुआ दिल का अरमान.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of everybody present here, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Rajdeep Oja for such an insightful and thought-provoking keynote. The ideas you've shared have not only added to our understanding, but have also sparked new motivation within us. Thank you for and guiding us with your expertise. I would also like to call upon Dr. Suresh Mani to facilitate Doctor. Let's give them another huge round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, without wasting any time, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce a distinguished academician, clinician, and researcher, Dr. Supreet Bindra, a name synonymous with excellence in field of physiotherapy. Dr. Bindra is a gold medalist in both BPT and MPT in musculoskeletal physiotherapy and holds a PhD in back pain, a testament to her dedication and expertise in musculoskeletal sciences. Currently, she serves as the Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Physiotherapy at Sri Guru Granth Sahib World University, Fatehgarh Sahib. With over 16 years of rich clinical and academic experiences, Dr. Bindra has made a remarkable contribution to physiotherapy education and research. She has authored and edited 7 books, contributed numerous chapters to various academic volumes, and published over 40 research papers in reputed national and international journals. Her academic leadership extends beyond publications. She has chaired several scientific sessions at both national and international conferences, and has been a resource person for nearly 50 invited talks and webinars inspiring countless budding physiotherapists across the country. In recognition of her outstanding contributions, she has been felicitated with the Academic Excellence Award and the Women Achievers Award. Please join me in warmly welcoming and applauding an exceptional scholar and inspiring teacher, Dr. Supreet Bindra.
Thank you. Thank you so much for such an elaborate introduction. At the outset, I am thankful to Dr. Suresh Mani and his team for having me here. And a key takeaway from the previous lecture I would like to add is that Sir has emphasized that do whatever you can do to benefit the patient. But I would like to add that do no harm to the patient as well. If you don't know what to do, you cannot understand the case, it's better to refer the patient either to your teacher or to your senior. So do no harm is the principle you should follow. So my topic for today is artificial intelligence in physiotherapy, revolutionizing patient care. And I think much of it has been discussed since the morning and half of my job has been done. Okay. So there's growing need for innovation in physiotherapy, and I think not only physiotherapy, there is growing need for innovation in each and every field. So according to WHO, 15% of the global population requires rehabilitation services, yet conventional therapy struggles with significant limitations in terms of patient adherence, in terms of limited sessions, and in terms of symptom-focused rather than preventive care. And when we talk of preventive care, and particularly when we talk of developing countries such as India, we know that what is the first resort that patient takes when he has pain? Supposedly, if the patient has back pain, I found in my study, 65% of patients, they go for self-medication. They'll go to a chemist and they'll have a tablet. That's it. So there's a long journey to go in terms of prevention, right? So the artificial intelligence offers us an opportunity to have transformative solutions to these persistent challenges, enabling more personalized, accessible, and effective physiotherapy, keeping in mind the time constraints also. And AI-powered tools can bridge gaps in patient delivery, improve patient engagement, and optimize treatment outcomes at scale. Now, what is AI in physiotherapy? A lot of has been discussed. Now, it involves machine learning analysis. What is machine learning analysis? Wherein the AI algorithms analyzed vast amounts of patient data in order to identify the patient patterns, predict outcomes, and recommend optimal treatment pathways tailored to individual needs. Then it gives you real-time monitoring. The deep learning models, they detect subtle changes. Like Sir was discussing, if you remember the blue graph that has been generated because of integration of AI into EMG analysis. So that precision can be brought by AI. So according to me, I think that was the tissue crimp stage that is before the muscle contraction has started, right? That has been captured by AI. So our data has become more precise. So this augments our expertise. So AI complements rather than replaces the therapist's clinical judgment, expertise, and essential human empathy, which is the cornerstone of effective patient care. So AI, it offers you intelligent analysis. It gives you predictive insights. Like yesterday, I witnessed a paper in your PG presentation in which the students, they have taken the open access data of University of California, and they have used predictive models to identify cardiac arrest, chances of cardiac arrest. So that's a wonderful approach, right? And it definitely offers precision care. So AI-based applications in physiotherapy and rehabilitation can grossly be divided into three forms. First is AI-driven assessment tools. So these involve computer vision analysis for activity, and it can also include natural language processing for communication assessment. Then AI-based intervention strategies, they involve virtual reality and gaming for skill development, and robotics for task-oriented training. And AI can be used for monitoring and evaluation, wherein wearable devices can be used for tracking progress, and machine learning algorithms can be used for outcome prediction. Coming to computer vision for activity analysis, which has already been discussed. So this is used to analyze movement patterns and daily activities to provide insights into their functional performance and identify areas of weakness or dysfunction. An example of this is the Vicon motion capture system, and it's a commercial product for motion capture and analysis. And it almost is same like the movement analysis lab that has already been discussed, right? So there are some methods and systems for computer vision that can be used in physiotherapy. So these include RGB cameras. These include Kinect cameras. I think if I talk about Xbox uses Kinect cameras. Then we can have optical flow systems, open pose systems, which provide detailed body posture information. And they are fusion of sensors and vision which combine the strength of both approaches and give improved accuracy and robustness. Now, Yavzar et al. In their study, they have gone for repeatability of lower limb three-dimensional kinematics in patients with stroke, and they found that time distance parameters and sagittal plane gait kinematics of paretic lower limb measured by Vicon 370 gait analysis system are repeatable and can be used to assess treatment after stroke. So what does this indicate? So this indicates that these tools are highly reliable, valid and repeatable, and they give you precise data. Then we come to AI-driven assessment tools for communication assessment. So these are known as NLPs. NLP stands for Natural Language Processing Algorithms, which analyze patients' spoken language and they provide personalized feedback on areas for improvement. So these systems can be used to assess patients' communication abilities and provide personalized interventions to improve their functional communication skills. So language lab systems have been found to be effective in improving communication skills and reducing communication barriers for patients with aphasia. And Young et al. In their study to assess language in individuals with mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's dementia have analyzed the variables that have been extracted through NLP and through ASA, that is automated speech analysis, and correlated these to language impairments identified by a clinician. Now they have found that the variables extracted through the automated acoustic and linguistic analysis of mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's dementia speech were significantly correlated with clinician rating of speech and language characteristics. So these results suggest that correlating NLPs and ASAs with clinician observations in the objective is an objective and novel approach to measure speech and language changes in neurodegenerative disorders. So there are some methods and systems for natural language processing. So these range from automatic speech recognition systems. Sentiment analysis can be done in order to record the emotions of the patient, in order to take care of the emotional lability, which is commonly seen after in patients of head injury or patients of stroke. Then part of speech tagging, topic remodeling, dialogue systems are there, supervised learning, recurrent neural networks are there. Another methods and systems are text embeddings, cross-validation, telephysiotherapy platforms are there which can simply be used for rehabilitation of the speech of the patients. And the uses are diverse. Then synthetic data generation systems are there. Speech and gesture integration systems are there, which is more holistic understanding of communication skills and addresses limitations of single modality systems. Then stream processes and adaptive learning systems, they enhance therapy's effectiveness and caters to individual patients' progress. Then there are some AI-based intervention strategies. So these could be either VR and gaming for skill development or robotics for task-oriented training. When we talk of VR technology, the VR technology we all are aware of, it creates a simulated environment and provides a sense of presence, allowing patients to engage in virtual activities that improve their physical, cognitive, and emotional function. Similarly, gaming now provides an amalgamation of gaming and virtual reality, provides an interactive and engaging platform that motivates patients to participate in therapy and can enhance their overall experience. So in their study on virtual reality for upper limb rehabilitation in subacute and chronic stroke, Kiger et al. Have found that the effectiveness of reinforced feedback in virtual environment combined with the conventional rehabilitation treatment provides better outcomes for upper limb than the same amount of conventional rehabilitation regardless of the stroke etiology. So therapists can leverage the potential of VR in treatment sessions by enabling clients to engage in high dose of therapy or repetition early in recovery process. So it has been found that in a therapy session for upper limb extremity session following a stroke, clients will only perform 23 to 32 movements of the affected upper limb. In contrast, when VR intervention was used, the amount of repetitions went to 200 to 300 completed in a 1 hour session. So this is how VR can be used for augmentation of the patient response. Then in another study done by Roberts, wherein constraint-induced movement therapy camp for children with hemiplegic cerebral palsy augmented by use of exoskeleton to play games in virtual reality. So what was done in this case? In this case, Hokoma Armio Sping Pediatric. That's an robotic exoskeleton. You can see on the right-hand side of the patient. So this is utilized for a pediatric patient. So here an robotic exoskeleton was given along with gaming, right? So pediatric CIMT. So what we have done, constraint induced movement therapy. I hope all of you are aware of what is constraint induced movement therapy. Can anyone tell? CIMT? Come on. Yes, please.
Ma'am, in CIMT, in case of a stroke, we can see that the limb that is unaffected, that we constrain that limb, that is, we don't let the limb move, and the other limb that is affected, that is the paraplegic limb, we have to induce movement in it by telling them to do the movement, or either involving them in the VR sessions by gamification.
Yes, you're right. So pediatric CIMT camp augmented by the Hokoma Armio Spring system was feasible and accepted by the participants, and it was found that bimanual hand function and occupational performance improved immediately following the intervention, and the treatment effects persisted 6 months following such an intervention. Then there are some methods and systems for virtual reality and gaming in skill development. They range from immersive VR, desktop VR, mobile augmented reality, therapy-focused games. Then there are point and reward systems that can be used for gamification. Then Kinect-based systems can be used for motion tracking. Haptic gloves can be used for providing with virtual environments. VR cognitive games can be used that provides a stimulating and controlled environment for cognitive training. Then collaborative VR environments encourage social integration and teamwork and can stimulate group activities. Then tele-VR can be used, but the only challenge here is that it requires reliable internet connection and there are potential privacy concerns. ADL simulation can be done, and physiological monitoring, that is heart rate and muscle tension during therapy, can be done using wearable sensors. Then we come to AI-based intervention training, in which we integrate robotics for task-oriented training. So what are the advantages for integrating robotics into task-oriented training? So robotics provide us with consistent feedback. That is, they provide measurable objective feedback, and they have an adaptive intelligence, adaptive in terms of that they provide assistance as required according to the level of progress of the patient, and they present progressive challenge to the patient. Then high intensive practice can also be done with the robotics, and there are diverse applications of robotics that range from soft robotic gloves to exoskeletons, which sir has also talked about. So these are the robotic exoskeletons that can be used for lower limb training and for upper limb training, right? And it can also be, exoskeletons are used for gait training as well as for training of a hemiplegic arm. Right? So the methods and systems for task-oriented training via robotics range from exoskeletons to robotic arms to autonomous mobile robots to haptic feedback devices, gait training robots, and interactive robots. Interactive robots are the socially interactive robots that enhance patient motivation and engagement. Now, this is Sparrow, a therapeutic baby harp seal robo. So this is a Japanese technology, and with a revolutionary purpose. So this delivers an animal-assisted therapy benefits without challenges of live animals. So with dual 32-bit processors, microphones, tactile sensors, touch-sensitive whiskers, motors, and actuators that move their limbs and body, Paro can respond to touch, sound, and light. So this robot has sensors that detect touch, allowing it to cuddle with people and remember faces. It actively seeks eye contact, it responds to sounds, and can learn names, including its own. So to enhance the user experience, Paro can produce sounds like a real baby seal, making it feel like a living creature. So its advanced AI system allows it to learn and adapt to users' behavior and personality, providing a personalized and interactive experience. So in a pilot randomized trial of a companion robo, Paro, for people with dementia living in community, the observations show that Paro significantly improved facial expressions and communication with staff at the daycare centers. Sub-analysis showed that the care recipients with less cognitive impairment responded significantly better to Paro, and there were no significant differences in care recipient dementia symptoms nor physiological measures between intervention and control group. So here I would like to emphasize that this particular technology can be used for people with dementia and people who reside alone. Right? Then this is Robot. This is a rehab robo for bedridden patients that can be used for passive limb range of motion exercises and assistance for the patient. Then I've talked about interactive robos. So in robotics, social robos, they are used to improve rehabilitation in health centers, and it has been found that it leads to more than 95% increase in attention, motivation, and adherence to treatment, and the user is empowered by making them participate in their progress. It also allows for intensified rehabilitation treatment. Then comes AI for monitoring and evaluation. I think almost every one of us today has a smart watch, so which has AI-driven sensors. And the AI-driven wearable devices can range from wearable ECG monitors, smart rings, smart watches. Then there are smart clothes, and there are smart eyewear. So what are the applications of this wearable technology? So they give you objective data in terms of physical activity, movement quality, vital signs. They provide you biofeedback and self-monitoring. They give you motivation and engagement. And it can be used for telehealth and remote monitoring. And it can also give you personalized interventions in terms of customized treatment for each patient. So the methods and systems for wearable devices range from fitness bands, multifunction watches, accelerometers, muscle activity monitors, motion tracking devices, posture correction wearables, embedded sensors, then there are heart rate monitors, then there are thermal monitors, and there's real-time biofeedback. Then we come to machine learning algorithms for outcome prediction. So machine learning algorithms, they enhance outcome prediction, monitoring, and evaluation of the therapeutic interventions, and they analyze data from patient records, clinical assessments, and sensor inputs to predict therapeutic outcomes. So Yang et al. Have developed a smart wearable armband using surface electromyography to detect biopotential signals, and they have recognized hand movement patterns from these signals, and they have connected this to a robotic hand that mimics gestures. So this enables such kind of algorithms connected with robotic hands. They enable targeted interventions through intelligent data analysis, improving the quality and automation of healthcare decision making. So machine learning provides you objective exercise evaluation in spasticity monitoring also. So variable devices such as force, angle accelerometer, gyroscope, and magnetometer sensors, they collect biomechanical data, and neural networks and supervised machine learning algorithms predict modified Ashworth scale scores. So Kim et al. Have used random forest model on elbow movement inertial data, and they have reported 95.4% accuracy in classifying spasticity severity, enabling remote patient monitoring also. So what is the clinical implication over here? So machine learning plus variables, they provide accurate, objective, and clinically meaningful indices for rehabilitation progress, contributing to the quality of care. So what can we do is, we can devise personalized treatment plans powered by AI, but as sir has already emphasized that human intelligence comes over artificial intelligence. So for this personalization, what you can do is, you can integrate your human intelligence with artificial intelligence, because individualized rehabilitation protocols, they adapt dynamically based on patient's progress and response patterns. So obviously with the use of AI, we can break barriers and we can provide remote and accessible care, and as has already been done during the COVID era, we all know it very well, and 90% of patient adherence has been reported, although this data is from the Western world. There is lack of studies in developing countries regarding integration of AI. So obviously integration of AI can help streamline documentation and reduce clinical burnout, wherein there is a large facility. If you are having a large number of patients, you have to assess, you have to treat, you can integrate AI into this process. But it is very important that ethical and professional principles be used for integration of AI into your practice, and these range from transparency and informed consent from the patient. I think that is required for the routine treatment that we provide also. Then responsibility and security of the data remains with the therapist, and understanding limitations, recognizing AI's biases and boundaries ensures safe and equitable application of the AI across the diverse patient populations. And it is important that AI supports clinical decision making, but it is never a replacement for human judgment, for empathy and therapeutic relationship at the heart of healing. So there are some concerns related to use of AI, like stable internet connectivity, concerns of privacy, high cost. Now these are computationally intensive, and these equipments, they require calibration. So these can be overcome by using some smart technologies, like sir has given us some ideas, or yesterday a PG student was presenting. In 2 days, she has formed a tool for range of motion assessment that does not require internet connectivity also. So a lot of such things can be integrated into our practice, and we can use AI as our assistants, and it can be used as a accessible technology as costs are declining rapidly. And so I think we should very logically, and by utilizing human intelligence, try to embrace AI into physiotherapy, because I think innovation is required in every field. And my personal experience is that you learn, you unlearn, and then you relearn. So this is an ever-evolving process. So let's embrace AI also responsibly to unlock the full potential of physiotherapy for patients everywhere. So thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, anyone?
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very insightful. I just want to have one question that we say that AI is human's brainchild. So will there be a point come with, at any point of time that we can see that AI will replace us?
I think that's up to you, and I think that's up to, from my point of view, that's up to us educators, how well we are teaching to our students. See, basics cannot be replaced. The basics that is in the books, this we emphasize every day. Like students nowadays are in habit of using notes as a soft copy, and if you give an assignment, they'll just use ChatGPT. You can use it, you can use ChatGPT, but that also is said it needs to be humanized. So you need to augment it, but it's never a replacement. So likewise, if there is a personalized assessment, for example, if I am assessing a patient, the minor changes, in the patient's movements or the empathy, and empathy that I can provide, the connect that I can establish with the patient, that cannot be replaced. It's up to us that how to utilize the technology as a, I would say, adjunct. Like we use hot pack as an adjunct to manual therapy. So it's using AI as an adjunct to physiotherapy. It should never be a replacement. It should add on to our treatment. It should add on to our precision, right? But it cannot replace the hand of a physiotherapist.
There's just one more question.
Yeah.
Like whenever we say that we are making multiple patents and all, like we are continuously devising new and new technologies, although we are not making prototypes, but it is just in our theories that we are, for example, we are making a device, a bodysuit to assess spasticity, and we'll be using multiple sensors. Now, whenever we are integrating a lot of sensors in a device, it will automatically increase the cost of that particular device.
Definitely.
Now, how much that is practically applicable in our society, considering that many of them are not actually able to afford that?
See, my question to you is how many patents are commercialized? How many patents you have generated have been commercialized? That will give you answer, right? We are in the race of patent filing just for our CV. Okay? For commercialization, you require that it can be provided to all the, let's say, 50,000 physiotherapists in India. If you can provide them with that tool in their clinic or in their institutes, then that patent is successful. Otherwise, it's just the technology that is a piece of paper, right?
Do we have any more questions? Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. She turns knowledge into power and power into grace. In every learner's heart, she leaves a trace. Her words enlighten, her spirit inspires. Dr. Bindra, a name that every mind admires. Thank you so much, Dr. Supreet Bindra, for joining us and sharing your expertise and experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's been long enough, I guess. So after such an enriching session, I guess it's time to recharge both our minds and our appetites. Enjoy your lunch, network with peers, and return with the same energy. Yeah, also, no wasting water, guys. Yeah, it's an essential resource, okay? Hospital, Jalandhar, India. Dr. Chitkara holds degrees in MBBS, MS General Surgery, and MCH Neurosurgery, and brings over 2 decades of experience in advancing neurosurgical excellence. His expertise spans cranial and spinal surgery, neurotrauma management, and minimally invasive and microsurgical techniques, all performed with a deep commitment to precision, innovation, and compassion. He is a mentor at Healthcare Technology Incubator at IIT Gandhinagar. He has been jury for Healthcare Startup Pitch Fest IIT Chennai. He is a member amongst 12 from Southeast Asia of Healthcare Startup Committee CAHO. He is also a member of committee which is liaising with ISRO for technology transfer for healthcare industry. He has received a chapter in the book The Future of Healthcare Transforming with Technology. He has been recipient of CH National Healthcare Award 2019. He has also been awarded Precious Global Healthcare Leader Award by Times Group. This month, he has finished his certificate course of healthcare leadership from Duke's University, USA. Probably he is the only clinician who is drawing an honorarium from institutes such as IIT. Those who know him in that circle ask him a very pertinent question. Are you a technocrat first or a surgeon first? A very big thank you. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to distinguished surgeon, mentor and innovator, Dr. Naveen Chatkara.
Yeah, good evening and everyone. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation about myself first so that I can present something here. I hope you have had a wonderful feat of understanding AI in physiotherapy for last couple of hours. And as a clinician, what I'm going to share with you is my insight of a clinician's perspective, AI and physiotherapy, a combination of all these three. There are no slides for presentation, so you have to listen to me. Just to give a prelude to the changes in technology. Till almost year 1800, the only technological revolution for mankind would be invention of fire and wheel. Then between 1800 to 1950, it was, or you can say from 1800 to 2000, industrial revolution, so many technological advances happened in mankind. So it was hells of centuries before 1800, then almost 2 centuries between 1800 and 2000. And from 2000 to 2020, the technological advancements were much more than what happened in the last 200 years. We had started to talk about AI, ChatGPT, maybe in 23, 24. And by the end of 25, it has become a big hustle. So that is how fast the technology is changing. Now coming to my second example, when I was training for my neurosurgery, which was in 96 to 98 from SMS Jaipur, there were 2 types of surgeries. One which were being done by the junior consultants, and the types of surgery which were done by the senior consultants. Which would be like surgery for aneurysms, surgery for microvascular decompression of trigeminal neuralgia, and some very advanced surgeries. What has happened in the last 20-25 years is that all those surgeries which were being done by those most competent neurosurgeons of the country are now being done by the technicians with the help of technology. So that's how it has changed. Now when I talk about experience, what is this experience? It is that over a period of time, we see so many patients. For each one of us, there is a copybook style, and then there is something which we develop for ourselves. Some of us are very observant, very intelligent, we've got a sharp eye, so they become a good clinician because they can understand and detect a pathology in a patient when he's walking to your clinic. Similarly, when I talk about physiotherapy, So there would be a seasoned physiotherapist who would identify on seeing a patient what would be the best therapeutic method for treatment for that particular patient, what would be the expected results. But that comes by experience. Now, what is this experience? Okay. Now, what is that experience? This experience is when we have got certain data which is coming into our mind, which our mind is analyzing and strengthening ourselves to know, to predict, and to use it for therapeutical purposes. So that is the normal intelligence I'm talking about. Now, what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is when the same thing is being done by computers or softwares using a set of algorithms. What are these algorithms? These are simply what we use to process in our mind. So when I talk about artificial intelligence, it is just that the methodology or the place of intelligence changes from our mind to a computer or a software. So when we talk about a clinician's perspective, it is that all the physiotherapists who are doing a good job, now they have got an additional tool in the form of AI, so that they can deliver a better result. You must have heard about so many speakers, distinguished speakers, talking about devices, talking about different machines which can come in the help of physiotherapy to improve the results. But if I talk about the clinician's perspective, when a patient comes to us, the only thing that he wants from us is treatment and good results. Now, if we all three, the physiotherapists, artificial intelligence, and the practitioners, if they come together, talk, discuss about the needs, we can definitely give very good results, much better than what we can give today. So in next couple of minutes, I'll be sharing with you certain examples in our clinic, certain case studies, certain technologies which we used in our hospital, certain pioneer innovations that we did, and how it helped in the treatment of the patient using the physiotherapy methodologies. When we talk about artificial intelligence, it is when we talk about natural intelligence first, it is like what we see, which is the data which is coming to us, then our mind computes to analyze it, and then we put it into certain use. Similarly, when we talk about artificial intelligence, it is certain data which is coming into the software through certain algorithms, which is being analyzed and then used and processed. So when we talk about AI, physiotherapy or AI in anything, there has to be certain things which can bring data into the computer. Now, all these technological innovations that are happening nowadays, the first group would be all those devices which are either wearable or they use some sort of machine learning models or CNN models where the information is going into the softwares through the visual or the auditory stimulus. So when the information goes into the software, algorithms they process and then they come out with a solution. So first, if we talk about technology, when we start about AI, we need to know all those devices, all those techniques and all those technologies which help to bring the data onto the table. Analysis is done by all sorts of algorithms. We know of so many platforms which do all these analysis. And if we talk about the use case, now the use cases would be of two types. First would be where this information is replacing the experience and welcome back. So when we talk about the use cases for all these technologies, the first would be when we are trying to replace the experience of a senior professional by using a technology. It's said that by 2027, the AI models would have more knowledge than all the PhDs of the world. So that's one. Second is when we use the technology to provide certain treatments or procedures to the patients which were not possible earlier. This is basically how I categorize all these things. Now you would have already heard about all those devices which are used for gathering the information. When I talk about delivering the results, what is the experience which is being replaced by AI? Now giving an example. A patient of back pain comes to you for physiotherapy. The seasoned physician makes a diagnosis, identifies the pain points, identifies the pain originator, and then decides which is the best modality of treatment for that particular patient. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks down the line, the results are not predictable. Then you do certain investigations and you may modify the physiotherapical results. Now, if we talk about AI, how it makes a difference. We have got eye vision cameras, which when a patient is walking into your clinic, we can do all the range motions, detection of all the degrees of all the muscle groups using those. And based on the pre-fed information, we can use the algorithms to identify which is the best modality of treatment for this particular patient. By using the predictive models, what is the result based on the numbers of patients who have been treated by these procedures which you have devised and the red flags, you can predict to the patient that what is going to be the result for this particular therapy. So this becomes a very handy tool, particularly when we are trying to replace the experience of a clinical physician who has got certain expertise onto the technology. Now the advantage of technology is that by putting in data for more and more number of patients, it learns on itself and modifies, augments its knowledge, and gives you much better results over a period of time. So this is how technology can be used. A couple of years back, we started with some gene identification therapy using thumb impressions, and we could identify. So DMIT is a known thing, but we modified it in our hospital, and we started to use it to identify which are the relatively stronger areas of functioning in the brain. The first, the case that we did was, that was first in the world. He was a patient of intracerebral hematoma and had opposite-sided hemiplegia, which happens. And he was not responding to physiotherapy, which of course is expected that he would not respond to because of a dense hemiplegia he had. But then we know about neuroplasticity. We use these DMIT and another software techniques to identify which were the strong areas, and we could identify that the auditory and the music areas were stronger as compared to the other areas of the brain. So we guided all our physiotherapy activities using the music and the audio system. And we could definitely find an improvement in that. So that is how technology helps. That was the first case study in the world which was done based on this technology, how to improve and modify the physiotherapeutical techniques. Now, I mentored one of the startups in IIT Gandhinagar. So they were the first to develop a glove which would help improve the functions in a hemiplegic patient. So it was like that glove was synchronized to a game on the screen. So whenever you lift the finger, for example, the character would jump over the fence. So this was, we tried to validate it over 100 patients, so it was a large study that way. And we could found that this particular modality could be used in home, and there was like 5 to 7% improvement in the functions of the small muscle groups, which is usually difficult in these types of patients. Larger muscle groups, they respond better, but it was the improvement in the small muscle groups which helped. Similarly, if I have to give another example about autism, we use 3 different input devices to understand the areas of strengths and weaknesses in these children. We did 2 pilot studies. One was in a different school which had differently abled children who predominantly had autism, and in another school which had all these autism children. By our studies, we could identify. So it was like, because it was a first in the trial study, in around 20 minutes, we could identify for each of these students what were the areas of strengths, what were the areas of weaknesses. after completing our study, we gave a telephone call to the mothers of all the children, and almost in 93% of these students, we could correctly identify the areas of strengths and the weaknesses. Now, this was the beginning of a small trial. Now we are trying to work on the area how we can get these data and scale it up. Because see, doing it 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes on one child and repeating it on n number of children by people who might not be that trained. So we need to identify and develop a model where this can be replicated and scaled up for screening purposes in the school, because early identification in autism is definitely going to help the children in terms of therapeutic measures. Now, how it helped in therapy was that our diagnoses were correct in 90+ patients, percentage patients. So based on these information, specific areas of targeted physiotherapy for these children. And what is the end point of identifying the results? The end point was, if the mother is satisfied with the result, we are satisfied. If she is happy, we are happy. And majority of the mothers, they were happy with the progress the children were making. So as per a clinician's perspective, this becomes important, that whatever we think, talk about development in AI as a physiotherapist, it should work around solving a problem. This problem can be something which replaces the experience, or this problem could be something which gives you access to certain treatment procedures which were not possible earlier, or this could help in certain areas where this was an identified problem, but it helps as a larger cause in the society. My father has got Parkinson's. Till almost 5 years back, he was mobile, just some tremors and rigidity, but then he started to develop some gait problem. We could identify that gait issues, but unfortunately we could not do much. Through Sign IIT Bombay, we developed a small band which could be worn on the thigh. So this was like 4 years back. Now there are multiple things. So this gentleman with whom we developed this, he came in Shark Tank also to get the funding for that band. Now what I'm talking of is a third aspect, where we had the knowledge. I was a clinician, we could identify, but we could not do anything. So there are just certain therapeutical methodologies which could be used in him, but not of much result. So by using this band, whenever he had some gait issue while walking, so this band had some sensors and certain stimulators for the muscle. They were connected to the Wi-Fi of my home, and while walking, if he had some identifiable problem in the gait, this would be identified through the sensors by the software, and then will lead to a stimulation of the muscle which would help in putting the gait forward. So this was 4 years back. In 4 years, there have been so many devices, walk assistant devices which have been there. Now in your physiotherapy clinics, you would be interested in predicting the falls. So by using these devices, if you can predict these falls and help these patients in a better physiotherapeutic management, that gives you better results. So if I have to talk about what I was supposed to talk today, it was clinician, his expectation to deliver results to the patients, which was like improvement in the functional outcome. So this is the first point, this is the end point. All those factor in which are coming, like a clinician, technology, AI, physiotherapist, all of them have to work as a team to end this, to get this end result. Now when you have to just summarize what all you have heard in last several lectures, you have to identify that what technology could be used in what place and how it could help the patient, because that is eventually the goal that we want to achieve. You can classify, as I said earlier, technology which is getting the data onto the table, technology which is identifying this, which is analyzing this data, and technology which is replacing the experience to give you better results and outcomes, and technology which can be used to deliver those results which were earlier not possible by a human. Now, giving one more example of patients of hemiplegia, how they can be helped. So now, using some brain mapping, it is EEG cap that we use, using a ambulatory EEG cap, we can identify the areas of stimulation in the brain when a person is thinking about walking or doing some motor activity. Now, whenever a QEEG or a EEG cap identifies the area of this signal in certain specific area, this can go to a robotic or an artificial stimulator where a robotic arm can actually lift and do that. So the arm is not doing, but the signal which is generated in the brain about some motor activity can be accomplished by using the technology. So we have to think about all those things where we are doing and solving some problems which were not earlier solved by the human hands. So thank you very much. I am open to all the discussions and the questions that you want to have. It was a generic lecture. And the purpose was to awaken yourself to the idea that AI is not robot. AI is not a machine. AI is not something. AI is just your intelligence, but sitting somewhere else, which is more accurate, which can replicate to different areas, and which can assimilate and analyze data at a much faster speed to give much better results. Thank you very much.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, anyone?
Either you understood everything or did not understand at all.
A big thank you to Dr. Naveen Chitkara for such a thought-provoking and enlightening keynote session.
Thank you.
I would like to invite Dr. Suresh Mani sir to felicitate Dr. Naveen Chitkara.
Thank you, sir. Next, it is a pleasure to welcome Dr. Ram Prakash Suryanarayan, joining us virtually today. Dr. Ram Prakash is an experienced physiotherapist, health informatics specialist.
Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
Apologies, there's been a change. It is an honor to introduce the distinguished academic, innovator, and leader in the healthcare engineering, Dr. Kalaivani Chalappan. Dr. Chalappan serves as an associate professor at the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, University, Kebangsaan, Malaysia, where she specializes in healthcare engineering, cardiovascular systems, and digital health ecosystem infrastructure. With over 29 years of experience spanning academia, research, and industry, she has been at the forefront of integrating engineering, data science, and healthcare innovation to improve human well-being. Her groundbreaking research bridges biomedical engineering and digital transformation, with active projects in remote brain activity monitoring, telemedicine, and IoT-driven healthcare systems. She has filed 13 intellectual properties, led projects worth nearly RM9 million, and continues to mentor the next generation of interdisciplinary innovators through her initiatives in STEM and TVET empowerment. Beyond her research, Dr. Chalappan has been a driving force in community-based digital education, monitoring rural students and women technopreneurs, and contributing to Malaysia's national innovation ecosystem. Her leadership extends globally through memberships in organizations such as IEE Engineering, in Medicine and Biology Society, and Catalyst 2030, where she contributes to advancing sustainable healthcare solutions. We will be having them virtually shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suresh. Good afternoon to distinguished colleagues, respected clinicians, researchers, and innovators, for giving me an opportunity to share today on the title of Next Generation Neuro Rehab, how AI is rewriting the rules of neurological recovery. Let me begin with a story. A few years ago, I watched a young man, a stroke survivor, use a lightweight robotic exoskeleton controlled by his own brain signals when I attended one of the conferences in Europe. Each session, I had the opportunity to be there for a few sessions. So in each session, what I observed was his movements became smoother, not because the robot was pushing him, but because the system was learning from him. Every muscle twitched, every neural impulse, every tiny adaptation was captured, analyzed, and feedback in real time. What I witnessed was not a simply recovery, it was co-adaptation between human and machine. This moment captures what I meant by next generation neurorehabilitation. We are now moving from a world where therapy is delivered to the patient to the world where therapy evolves with the patient, continuously, intelligently, and ethically. Today, I would like to show you how AI is rewriting the rules of neurological recovery and why we must understand this transformation through the lens of system dynamics. A way of seeing healthcare not as isolated intervention, but as a living network of feedbacks, delay, and emergent learning. Right. Okay. Traditionally, neurorehabilitation followed a linear model. Injury, assessment, therapy, outcome, and discharge. It was sequentially human-driven and heavily dependent on therapist expertise and patient compliance. Progress was measured by observation, and feedback came slowly, sometimes weeks later, when improvement had already plateaued. But recovery is not linear. The brain doesn't heal in straight lines. It adapts, compensates, rewires, often unpredictably. That's where system dynamics give us a deeper understanding. It teaches us that what matters is complex system is not just what happens, but how interaction fed back into each other over time. In a neuro rehab system, there are multiple interaction loops. The clinical loop connecting, the clinical loop which connecting assessment, intervention, and neuroplastic adaptation. The technological loop involving sensors, robotics, and feedback interfaces. The behavioral loop driven by motivation, fatigue, and self-efficacy, and the social loop shaped by caregivers, families, and institution structures. So each loop affects the others. A small change is one, say, improve patient motivation throughout gamified feedback can amplify recovery outcomes far beyond the initial intervention. So when we say AI is transforming neuro rehab, what we truly mean is that AI is strengthening the feedback architecture of the system, making it more adaptive, more responsive, and more self-correcting. So that is the real feedback that we would like to monitor. We would like to follow up and capture when we do our experiments. Looking at how the instruction given is adapted and taken, how it's like affect the entire rehab process. Moving from that, when we said artificial intelligence is in context, it's not just a digital tool, but it is a system catalyst. So let's examine through the core of neuro rehab and what is the real true power of AI lies in its ability to shorten the feedback loops. It detects micro patterns invisible to the eye. It actually can anticipate plateaus before they occur and suggest corrective pathways. Because when the plateaus happen and then we try to push the patient back into the process, it actually take another big round. So in this system dynamics language, AI amplifies reinforcing loops and weakening the balancing constraints. So that's what need to be observed while we're actually running the trials of our own patterns or our own engagement with the patient. For example, in traditional rehab, therapist feedback might occur every few days, but with AI, on the other hand, it provides continuous data feedback, adjusting the difficulty of a task within seconds, not days. This real-time adaptability transforms static therapy into a living conversation between brain, body, and the machine. And here's the subtle but profound shift. The patient is no longer a passive recipient of care, but an active node in the feedback network. So this actually allows the patient recovery process much faster. So what is the core feedback loop of this next generation neuro rehab? Let's look at the structure which help the transformation. System dynamics helps us identify two major types of feedback loops in the next generation neuro rehab. First is the reinforcing loops, the recovery engine we call. These are the positive feedback that accelerate the progress. For instance, AI feedback improves patient engagement. Higher engagement enhances the neuroactivation. Greater activation produces measurable recovery, and new data refines the data AI model and therapy becomes even more targeted, and eventually engagement strengthens further. So it's like a full feedback loop. The loop reinforces itself. This is the same principle that drives learning systems, whether biological or artificial. The human brain strengthens synapse with repetition. That I think that is we've been practicing this for years, where we said, okay, when you want to be good in your education, repeat the same thing again and again, read again and again as many times as you can so that you could remember. So the same old principle is the one who really makes this AI system efficient and improving the whole process. So the AI strengthens in prediction with more data. So in neuro rehab, these two learning systems, human and machine, now operate in symbiosis. So when they work together, activating each other, this is where the whole process improves. They learn from each other. The feedbacks that they get from each other, it's the one who actually improve the whole process. Right. The second is the balancing loops. The system limiters, yet every system has its constraints. Fatigue, cost, access to device, and clinician workload can slow the progress. Ethical oversights, while vital, can delay the implementation. These are balancing loops that stabilize the system, but can also suppress innovation if not well managed. System dynamics allows us to see these tensions not as a failure, but a necessary control mechanism. The goal is not to remove them, but to rebalance them through a smarter policies, better training, and adaptive technology. So here when we want to approach what is the next to be addressed, delays and the non-linearity. Recovery is full of delays because when the body is trying to adapt, it takes time. The lag between the neural change and the visible improvement. Patients may feel disheartened because progress is not immediately perceptible. AI helps bridge this perceptual gap by analyzing the latent data, subtle motion patterns, micro EEG changes. AI reveals invisible progress to both patient and therapist. We have evidenced many of such recorded data. When we analyzed physically, when we saw the patient, there's no change. But when their signals actually speaks for them. Right. So as one clinician told me before while we were doing these, what we call the practices, for the first time, I can see the brain learning before the patient feels it. So this is the essence of AI enhanced feedback. It transforms invisible change into visible motivation. So the main thing that we currently target on our digital health or virtual diagnostic or virtual monitoring system is to make the patient confident increase by providing sufficient data with evidence that they are actually improving. It may not visible to others or even to the patient themselves sometimes. So this is the essence, again, said it's that we actually want to bring forward. So the emerging ecosystem, when we put things together, when these loops start to interact across scales between clinicians, OMS, and digital platform, we no longer have just a system, we have an ecosystem. So the next generation rehab ecosystem might look in clinic sessions, generate high resolution motions and brain data, AI models, optimal home-based exercises, tele-rehab interfaces monitoring adherence and adjust difficult difficulty automatically, and finally, aggregated anonymized data feeds national research networks, improving the collective intelligence. So this is the system dynamics in action, we call it. The feedback loops at the patient level reinforce feedback loops at the system level. So such ecosystems are now emerging globally, everywhere, most of the places, which has this engagement and development. AI-assisted stroke rehabilitation platforms, VR-based motor training modules, and neurofeedback games powered by adaptive algorithms. So in each, the goal is the same, to transform episodic rehabilitation into continuous intelligent recovery. The ecosystem becomes a learning health system where each patient journey informs the next and the system continuously self-corrects towards better outcome. And here is the philosophy shift. Recovery is no longer delivered, it is co-evolved. So we evolve the whole process together. Touching a little bit on the ethical and policy feedbacks. By transforming also introduces new balancing loops, the social and ethical ones. So let me highlight three critical feedbacks that will shape our trajectory. The trust loop, that's the first one. When AI reasoning is opaque, clinicians hesitate to adapt it and patient may resist using it. Transparency, explainability, and co-design with end users strengthen the loop. Our past experience have evidenced this. When we actually involve patients and they are the one who actually witness the improvement, it is more trusted. Second is the equity loop. If advanced neurotech remains accessible only to urban or affluent population, we create a digital divide of recovery. This is not a technical issue, it's a system design issue. Inclusivity must be engineered into the feedback architecture itself. So it doesn't say that it is only be available in places where have a fantastic infrastructure and technical support. So we must always consider as designers that these devices also needed by patients who may not be in the mainstream. They are away from all those support, but it make a big difference in them. And the third one is the governance loop. Policy and regulation often lag behind innovation. Delayed approval cycles can suppress adaptive learning in clinical systems. We must move toward adaptive regulation, policies that learn and evolve alongside technology. So these loops remind us that no amount of AI can fix a broken system design. The architecture and feedback between human, machines, and institution determines the sustainability of transformation. So it's very much in research or even clinical engagement, these three loops given a good importance so that our innovation makes a difference in human being. Okay. Let's look at the self-rehabilitation system here, personal reflection and learning from a system. Allow me to share a brief reflection. When I first began observing neurorehab projects that integrated AI, particularly in EEG-guided feedback systems, I noticed something profound. They began to ask new questions. Not what therapy should I apply, but what is the system telling me about this patient's trajectory? What is really happening to the patient? This is where true transformation occurs, when human expertise and machine learning or machine intelligence form a learning partnership and each applying each other's strength. That moment when the clinician's intuition meets the AI's pattern recognition, that's when neuro rehab becomes art and science combined. So we as the technical or the biomedical engineers or healthcare engineers, the most important is for us to pick up those connection correctly and translate that to the as an outcome rather than just depending on how or observing how patients improvement is and what is the feedback we are getting from the doctors. So every single change by the system that can be captured by us and translated into meaningful results, it's going to give strength to the whole system. Okay, before sharing, let me just share a little. It leads here towards a vision of self-learning rehab system that we have started actually this way back. These two projects, one is on the both on post-stroke patients recovery. The first one was only focused on the finger recovery system. The second one, we extended the recovery monitoring plus EMG data capturing to see that real change that's happening in the patient's finger exercise strength. So when we look at the self-learning rehabilitation system, one that continuously sense, adapts, and improve across the time and scale, we were looking at how the future would be. A stroke patient's progress automatically updates the national rehabilitation model because in a country or in a community, in a society, there will be a pattern from lifestyle, from the genetics, from many other things. So what we capture from the one patient will be a learning adaptation or a process for the next. And AI also identifies new therapy sequences validated in the silico before the clinical trials. So we do see that, okay, this we should eliminate this and we should add certain other things. That are the processes that actually further improve the whole thing. And each recovered patient contributes data that improves recovery for the next. So this is the essence of a system dynamic transformation, a virtue of the cycle of learning where every recovery feeds the intelligence of the entire system. But the goal is not automation here. The goal is augmentation to amplify human compassion, not to replace it. AI can model a patient's brain state, but it cannot model hope. It can predict recovery trajectories, but it cannot hold a patient's hand. The remains uniquely human. So these two working together, it's very important. So our task, therefore, is not to choose between AI and empathy, but to design systems where the two reinforce each other. So with that, let me close with a simple reflection on the title of this talk, how AI is rewriting the rules of neurological recovery. Yes, AI is changing what we measure, how we intervene, and how we predict outcomes. But deeper than that, it is changing our understanding of recovery itself. In the old paradigm, recovery was something we did to the patient. But in the new paradigm, recovery is something that emerges through the continuous interaction of human, machine, and environment. So this is not just a medical shift, it's a philosophical one. It asks us to see the brain, not the damaged organ to be repaired, but as an adaptive system capable of learning through its own digital mirror. And as India positions itself at the crossroads of AI innovation and healthcare transformation, surely you have the unique opportunity to design systems that are equitable, transparent, and As one system, recovery becomes continuous, not confined to therapy hours, but embedded in life itself. So this is the future of the next generation neurorehabilitation. Not a smarter machine, but a smarter system, one that learns, adapts, and yields alongside with us. Right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I feel very pleasure to share our experience from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, from our past 20 years working on such systems. And I hope there will be more interesting and adaptable system or research in the future from LPU in particular and India in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kalaivani Chellappan, for joining us virtually and giving us an insightful and inspiring session. Your words truly added great value to our conference and left us motivated. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's that moment we have all been waited for. The atmosphere is buzzing, the excitement is real. Because now, it's time to celebrate excellence, brilliance, and passion in physiotherapy. Every journey has milestones, and today we honor those who didn't just walk the path but created their own. Those who turned effort into excellence and dedication into inspiration. Yes, it's time for much awaited prize distribution ceremony.
We would like to call on stage
So yes, participants excited? I would like to know who is confident to come on stage and who knows that I'll be the winner. Can you raise your hands? Can you please stand up? Please. Yes, participants, no one is confident.
खड़े हो जाओ जोड़ा confident आ
I can see only one hand over there. Only one hand. Any PhD scholars who are confident? Yes. We have Aman ma'am who is confident. Yes.
So finally proceeding, we would like to call on stage Head of Department, Dr. Suresh Mani, and Organizing Secretary of Future Health 2025, Dr. Sakshi Sadhu. Please give them a huge round of applause.
So should we begin? All excited, all ready to clap your hands for your friends? Yes? So, the first award, that is PhD oral presentation. We have only one winner, and the award goes to Shanika Sharma, supervised by Dr. Varun Kalia. Your claps should not stop. Come on, show your energy. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, we move for the MPT oral presentation, and we have 3 prizes. Second runner-up goes to Akshita, guided by Dr. Manjot Kapoor. Yes, can we have Akshita on stage? Any of her friends can come? Okay. Manjot ma'am, yeah. Manjot ma'am, yeah. गाइस अभी तो अपनी एनर्जी दिखाओ, सेशंस खत्म हो गए. Then for the first runner-up we have Shravani R, guided by Dr. Sakshi Sadhu. Award winners, please come a little faster.
That takes you higher. I will forever be intertwined with you. When the sun never goes down and time must slow down, would it be too crazy?
She is our first runner-up, Shravani R.
Decided to stay forever. Decided to stay forever. Forever.
And the winner for MPT oral presentation is Lakshita, guided by Dr. Sharanjeet Kaur.
Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay.
Yes, claps, claps.
Stay forever. Stay forever.
So this is to be noted that all 3 winners are from MPT Sports.
Jump into the fire. I'd like to see your wild side. We should run away.
Now we move on
But the sun never
for
goes
MPT
down.
patent presentation.
Would it be
We again have 3 prizes. Second runner-up goes to Riya Singh, guided by Dr. Varun Kalia.
forever? Decided to stay forever. Forever. Stay forever. Stay, stay
Round of applause.
forever. Stay, stay
Next we have first runner-up Asmi Sharma, guided by Dr. Nandini.
stay forever. Stay
Do we have Asmi with us? Dr. Nandini, you can come on the stage. Please clap. And now the winner for MPT patent presentation is Uzma Sultana, guided by Dr. Varun Kalia. Next we have MPT poster. There's only one prize. Aparna Sandhir from Guru Nanak Dev University. Yeah, she was the only one confident and she raised her hand. So, good confidence. Next we have BPT patent presentation. We have 3 winners. Second runner-up goes to Manoj Kumar. Do we have Manoj Kumar with us? Okay. Let's move on to first runner-up, Sachin Jagdish Yadav, guided by Dr. Siddharth Bansal. Fourth year, ताली बजाओ. And the winner is Himanshi Shah, guided by Dr. Varun Kalia. And the last award for the day, which is for BPT poster, is Sakshi Rajveer Sharma, guided by Dr. Suresh Mani and Siddharth Bansal. I would like to request all the winners with their supervisors and guide to come on the stage for a photo. Yes, all the winners for PhD oral presentation, MPT oral presentation, MPT patent presentation, BPT patent presentation, MPT poster and BPT poster with their guide and supervisors, please come on the stage.
That feels good. Baby.
We should give a big round of applause for their hard work.
Dr. Suresh Mani and Dr. Sakshi Sadhu, I would like to please ask you to stay on the stage. Moving along, I would like to call the students from different universities who have joined us for the two-day international conference for a picture with our dignitaries. And first, we have All Saints Institute of Medical Science and Research.
I would request all students from All Saints Institute of Medical Science and Research to come on stage for a picture. Okay, then we'll move on. Students from GNA University, come on the stage for a picture.
Next, I would like to call the students from DAV University. The students from DAV University. After DAV, the students from Saint Soldier, please be ready.
Round of applause.
Students from Saint Soldier College, please come on the stage. Next, students from Shri Guru Granth Sahib World University, please be ready. The students from Shri Guru Granth Sahib World University, please be ready. A round of applause, please.
Audience, I think we should show them the LPU energy.
Now I would like to call the students from Shri Guru Granth Sahib World University on the stage. And now only the registered students from Lovely Professional University.
All the students from Lovely Professional University who have been registered for the conference, please come up on the stage. Just want to be alone with you. And we'll split the groups into two halves. Just want to be alone with you. Same old thing that keeps me around. If you want to come around, baby, it's cool. And if you want to fuck around, baby, I do. Just want to be alone with you. With you. With you. Students from BPT first and second year, please first come up on stage. BPT first and second year. Rest all of them, please. Wait for a bit. BPT first and second year, please come up on stage. Registered participants. Come fast, everyone, quickly. What was your name again? I've seen so many of them come. Want me just play pretend? All your girls, they just wanna have fun. But it's the same old thing that we all see. Same old thing that keeps me keen. But I just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. Same old thing, the same old thing that keeps me around. If you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, BPT third and fourth year, please join us on stage now. All the registered participants. Along with all the masters, MPT first and MPT second, please join us on the stage. All the registered participants. And meanwhile, people with GNDU, please be ready for a group photograph. Now MPT first and second years, please come up on stage. I can see a very good team spirit here. Please give them a huge round of applause for MPTs. Please clear the stage, everyone. Now, people from GNDU, please come up on stage for a group photograph. MPTs, please clear the stage. Sakshi ma'am, please wait.
Behind every successful event, there's a team that works silently but shines the brightest. Our volunteers. Your energy, dedication, and smiles made everything run so smoothly. A big round of applause for our amazing volunteers. Yes, volunteers, please come on the stage.
Everyone, discipline committee, hospitality committee, registration committee, stage committee, and whatever I'm missing, please come up on stage. Cultural committee, everyone, please come up on stage. Hospitality committee.
Every great event begins with a great team. And our organizing committee has truly been the backbone of this conference. Your hard work, sleepless nights, and teamwork have made this success possible. Thank you for making it all happen with such grace and dedication. I would like to call all the faculties to come on the stage and give us a very beautiful and sweet picture. Students, a big round of applause for our faculties. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving us so knowledgeable conference. Thank you, sir. Now that our minds are full of knowledge, let's feel the air with rhythm, creativity, and colors. Presenting a powerful and thought-provoking street play, how attitude towards physiotherapy has changed with times. A story that combines humor, awareness, and inspiration, reminding us that physiotherapy isn't just treatment, it's transformation. Here we call the students for Nukkad Natak.
Dr. Suresh, sir, and Dr. Sakshi, I would like to once again call you upon stage. I would like to get a picture of the anchors with you, please. Please give our anchors a huge round of applause. They have been doing a wonderful job in hosting the complete event. Thank you, sir and ma'am. बहुत आगे मत आना, वहीं करना है.
ऑल द बेस्ट, कॉन्फिडेंट, सब कुछ सही करें अपन, कुछ भी खराब नहीं है, ठीक है. जय श्री राम. जय श्री राम. मैं उधर आऊँ, खाली लगा हुआ. सर्कल चालू करना. ओके. कहीं रुकना नहीं. रुक जा. सुनो. बोलना है, रुकना नहीं. रुकना नहीं. स्टॉप नहीं होना है. रुकना नहीं. एक ही माइक ऑन है.
वही आ रहा है आवाज.
शुरू कर दे.
presenting in front of you a powerful and thought-provoking street play, How Attitude Towards Physiotherapy Has Changed with Time, a story that combines humor, awareness, and inspiration, reminding us that physiotherapy isn't just a treatment, it's transformation. Here we present Nukkad Natak.
चलना मुश्किल, अब तो लगता है सारी जिंदगी है मुश्किल।
अरे दादाजी क्या हो गया?
अरे बेटा तुझे पता तो है ये घुटनों का दर्द जब से सर्दियां आई है तब से और बढ़ता जा रहा है।
मैं इसीलिए कहती हूँ ना आपसे डॉक्टर के पास चलो।
ना बेटा ना डॉक्टर के पास नहीं जाना, मुझे बहुत डर लगता है उनसे।
अरे बल्लू भाई क्या हाल है?
अरे श्यामू कब आए?
बस 2 दिन पहले आया हूँ गाँव से, तुम बताओ कैसे हो?
तुम्हें पता तो है ये घुटनों का दर्द अब सहा नहीं जाता।
अरे
इसीलिए मैं कहती हूँ इनसे डॉक्टर के पास चलो, मेरी बात नहीं सुनते हैं ये।
डॉक्टर के पास मत जाना, वो सफेद कपड़ा पहन के पैसे लूटते। बल्लो पहाड़ी से बाबा जी आए हैं, पीपल के पेड़ के नीचे बैठे चूरन उड़न खा लेना, ठीक हो जाएगा। चल।
अरे ना बाबा ना, ये बाबाओं के चक्कर में ना पड़ो, आप डॉक्टर के पास चलो मेरे साथ।
तुझे कुछ पता नहीं है, मेरा दोस्त श्यामू मेरे बारे में सोचता है, सही दिशा दिखाएगा।
ठीक है चलो, ये बाबा को भी देख लेते हैं। बाबा का डेरा।
यो बाबा की
जय,
यो बाबा की जय।
ये मूर्खों का ज्ञान है और पुरखों का नुकसान है। ये पुरखों का ज्ञान है और मूर्खों का नुकसान है। दर्द की दवा लगा और 5 मिनट में दर्द भगा, चूना लगा के।
राम राम यो बाबा, आशीर्वाद दो बच्चा को।
राम राम, खुश रहो। कैसे हो?
बाबा का आशीर्वाद है। बाबा ये मेरा दोस्त बल्लू है, इसके घुटने में दर्द है।
अच्छा, और बताओ क्या दुष्ट है?
दुष्ट नहीं, दर्द है बाबा। बाबा इसको इतना दर्द है ठंड के जैसे, इसका उठना बैठना हगना सब मुश्किल हो गया।
आओ देखे जरा। रुको देखता हूँ। ओम भट स्वाहा फट।
अब बाबा पर दर्द तो ये घुटने में था, ये घुटने में क्यों बढ़ा दिया?
अच्छा अब तुम बताओगे बाबा को दर्द किसमें है?
नहीं।
बाबा तुम हो कि मैं हूँ?
आप भी है बाबा।
रुको फिर देखने दो। ओम भ्रीम श्रीम आइसक्रीम फट। सावन में लग गई आग, दर्द निकल के भाग। आलतू जलालतू दर्द निकल के भाग। तो
बस बाबा बस हो गया, दर्द बढ़ गया।
अरे ओ श्रीमती जी।
जी श्रीमान।
जरा मेरी जड़ी बूटी लाइएगा जो मैं हिमालय से तपस्या करके लाया था।
ये लीजिए। अच्छा आपको याद है ना पिछली बार जब आपने खुद लिया तो 2 दिन पैखाने से बाहर ना आए थे आप।
एक काम करिए ना श्रीमती जी, यही सब बता दीजिए। यही सब तो सुनने आए हैं ये लोग। ये लो इसे बकरी के दूध के साथ सोने के बाद और उठने से पहले।
इनका कहने का मतलब है सोने से पहले उठने के बाद।
हाँ, चूना लगा के।
जय हो यो बाबा की।
हाँ जा बल्लू चल चल बल्लू।
बढ़ा दिया रे।
अरे पैसे तो मांगो।
अरे बच्चा, मेरी दक्षिणा तो देते जाओ।
अरे बाबा जी ये लो आपके 20 रुपए। बस इतने?
अरे इसमें तो मेरा चूना भी नहीं आएगा, चूना लगा के।
अरे बल्लू, बाबा जी ने क्या इलाज करा, आराम मिला?
अरे तेरे बाबा ने तो दर्द और बढ़ा दिया। तुझे कितनी बार कहा है, कितनी बार कहा है, इन ढोंगियों से दूर रहा कर, चला जा यहाँ से।
देखा दादाजी, मैंने कब से कहा था आपको ये बाबाओं के चक्कर में ना पड़ो, पर आप मेरी सुनते कहाँ हो? अब सीधा डॉक्टर के पास चलो आप मेरे साथ।
सही बोल रही है बेटा, उस बाबा ने तो अब घुटना मुड़ना भी मुश्किल कर दिया है। ले चल जहाँ तू ले चले।
ठीक है चलो।
फिजिशियन के क्लिनिक पे। राम राम दादाजी।
प्रणाम बेटा प्रणाम।
क्या हो गया है आपको?
ये घुटनों का दर्द है, जीना मुश्किल कर दिया है।
आपने पहले किसी को दिखाया है?
अरे वो मेरा दोस्त श्यामू था ना, श्यामू, वो मुझे यो वाले बाबा के पास लेके गया था।
अरे वो तो एक ढोंगी बाबा थे।
ढोंगी बाबा, ढोंगी बाबा।
सच में ढोंगी था, उसके वजह से अब तो घुटना मुड़ना भी बंद हो गया है।
दादाजी बाबा बुबो के चक्कर में नहीं पड़ते, ये सिर्फ ऊपर जाने का रास्ता दिखाते हैं। आपकी एक्सरे रिपोर्ट आ गई है, आपके घुटने घिस रहे हैं। अगर आपने इसका इलाज नहीं कराया तो आपका घुटना बदलना पड़ेगा।
बदलना पड़ेगा, बदलना पड़ेगा।
ना 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 ना, मुझे अपने घुटने नहीं बदलवाने।
मेरी बात मानो तो यहाँ पे एक बहुत मशहूर फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट डॉक्टर हैं, वो आपको कसरत कराएंगे, आप ठीक हो जाओगे।
अरे वो फिजियोथेरेपी वाले, वो कसरत कराने वाले डॉक्टर थोड़ी होते हैं।
डॉक्टर ही होते हैं, उन्होंने डॉक्टर ऑफ फिजियोथेरेपी की डिग्री की होती है।
अरे जब मैं अपने जवानी में था तो बहुत कसरत करी, अखाड़े लड़ा करता था मैं। हाँ वो बात अलग है, कभी जीता नहीं था, पर अब उम्र हो गई है बेटा, अब कसरत नहीं हो पाएगी। तुम कोई हरी नीली पीली नीली कोई गोली लिख के दे दो।
दवाई तो मैं लिख दूंगी, बट उससे आपको थोड़े समय के लिए आराम मिलेगा, ठीक नहीं होगे। अगर आपने ठीक होना है तो आपको कसरत ही करनी पड़ेगी।
अरे दादाजी, अगर डॉक्टरनी साहिबा कह रही है तो चलो ना मिल के आते हैं फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट से।
ठीक है, अब तुम दोनों इतना कह ही रहे हो तो एक बार देख लेते हैं उनको भी।
फिजियोथेरेपी क्लिनिक पे।
आया आया, कौन आया? दर्द का मसीहा आया, आया आया, कौन आया? दर्द का मसीहा आया।
नमस्ते दादाजी।
नमस्ते डॉक्टर साहब, नमस्ते।
क्या हो गया, कैसे चल रहे हो?
अरे ये घुटने का दर्द, अब तो घुटना न सीधा होता है न मुड़ता है।
रुको रुको बैठिए, पहले मैं देखता हूँ। बैठो बैठो आराम से बैठो। आ जाओ आराम से।
अरे उठा ले रे बाबा, उठा ले, मेरे को नहीं रे, ये दर्द को उठा ले।
हाँ देख ले।
नहीं नहीं बेटा दुखता है।
नीचे हाँ लगा लो। इससे पहले किसी के पास दिखाया है आपने?
अरे वो डॉक्टरनी मैडम थी ना, उन्होंने तो हरी नीली गोली देने से मना कर दिया, आपके पास भेजा है, बोला आप ठीक कर दोगे।
कब से दर्द इनको?
ये दर्द तो इनको बहुत सालों से है, खुद तो परेशान रहते ही है, पूरे घर को परेशान करके रखा है।
चलो मैं देख रहा हूँ।
ना बेटा ना, घुटना मत मोड़ना, बहुत दुखता है।
आराम से हो रहा है। ले जाओ।
मुड़ा मुड़ा,
मुड़ गया।
घुटना मुड़ा, मुड़ा मुड़ा, घुटना मुड़ा।
2 दिनों के बाद।
अब कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप?
बेटा अब तो दर्द पहले से कम है, हिल डुल लेते हैं।
घर पे ठीक है अभी?
अभी तो पहले से बहुत बेहतर है, बिना छड़ी के अकेले चल फिर पाते हैं ये।
2 हफ्तों के बाद।
हरिओम हरिओम हरिओम। अरे भैया, ये फिजियोथेरेपी वाले, ये कसरत वाले डॉक्टर ने हमें जिंदगी तो बदल दी है। वरना क्या कुछ नहीं किया इस दर्द के लिए मैंने। बाबा का चूरन खाया था, देसी नुस्खे आजमाए थे, घुटनों का दर्द तो गया नहीं, पेट और खराब हो गया। हरी नीली पीली काली लाल सारी गोलियां खा ली थी, किसी से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा। भैया हमको तो समझ आ गया है कि मरहम नहीं कसरत ही है सेहत का असली राज। अरे वो क्या कहते हैं अंग्रेजी में? मूवमेंट इज मेडिसिन। हमारी थोड़ी सी उम्र हो गई है, सुनाई थोड़ा कम देता है। क्या कहते हैं अंग्रेजी में? मूवमेंट इज मेडिसिन। हाँ, मूवमेंट इज मेडिसिन।
हर दर्द की गोली नहीं होती, लेकिन हर दर्द का इलाज जरूर होता है। फिजियोथेरेपी से बनते हैं मसल मजबूत और जोड़े भी देते हैं इस बात का सबूत। फिजियोथेरेपी
हर दर्द का इलाज,
सब समझेगा ये समाज।
फिजियोथेरेपी
सेहत का राज,
सब समझेगा ये समाज।
फिजियोथेरेपी
जिंदगी की आस,
सब समझेगा ये समाज।
थैंक यू।
That was absolutely brilliant, a powerful message delivered with such emotion and creativity. तो फिर फिजियोथेरेपी पर एक शायरी हो जाए, छोटी सी कोशिश। जो सीखा वो सिर्फ लफ्जों में नहीं, हर सोच हर एहसास में बसी बात है। फिजियोथेरेपी सिर्फ एक प्रोफेशन नहीं, ये तो इंसानियत का सबसे खूबसूरत इरादात है। नहीं समझ आया? चलो कोई ना। Let's move forward with a powerful performance. It's time to tune into something melodious, because sometimes music says what words can't. Please welcome our talented singers for a performance that will surely touch your heart.
भाई वाह।
ये दिखाना जरा। ऑन ही कैमरा। सेम की आवाज नहीं आ रही। इसकी बैठ। हाँ।
चल रहा है?
सर माइक ठीक है देखो।
हेलो।
तो एक चेयर को दो।
हेलो।
ला ला ला
मेरे को ही दे दो या तो।
ला 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 ला।
आवाज आ रही है, आवाज आ रही
मुझे स्टैंड चाहिए, मैं हाथ में नहीं पकड़ के गा रही हूँ। हाँ सॉरी। हेलो 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 माइक चेक। हेलो
हेलो हेलो।
मैंने पहले ही गाना है, एकदम से उनसे ले लो।
तुम्हें दो नहीं चाहिए? सर वो गा भी रहा है ना। ओए, गाएगा कैसे? ऐसा नहीं होगा।
बहुत जोर से आएगी आवाज, गिटार की गा। इतना ऊपर करना है, कर ले अपने हिसाब से कर ले।
हेलो हेलो हेलो। हेलो 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 कितने जोर से गाना है हेलो हेलो
नहीं तो नहीं इनको पास
नहीं आएगी
अरे अभी मत बोलो मैं कितने दूर रखूं माइक आप दोनों तो पास में रखो जितना पास रख सकते हो उस पीछे टेढ़ा लग रहा है आगे से देखो ठीक है लाइन में ये ऑन करना रुक जाने दो
Hello, hello, hello.
Guys, just give us 2 minutes for mic checks. We'll be starting shortly.
Hello, hello. Mic check, mic check.
नहीं एक और स्टैंड इधर रख दो कि जो माइक इसके पास तुम्हारे पास होगा तो वो इससे गा लेगा
नहीं आ रहा है नहीं आएगी मेरा पार्ट कर देना कैसे यहीं पे गाने में मेरे को तो सुनाई दे जाएगा मेरे को तो सुनाई दे जाएगा मेरे को सुनाई देगा अरे मेरे को वैसा ऐसे माइक यार आपको हैंड माइक लेना पड़ेगा मैं पकड़ूंगा कैसे
We ask the students trying to leave to please be seated for a while. It will only take a short time.
आवाज आ रही है सुनना बार बार आ रही है मैं भी कहूँ फिर गिटार की नहीं
ला 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 हाँ जी हेलो हेलो
एंट्री कर लेना शायरी करना ओके सर
आ रही है ना ठीक है स्पॉइलर इग्नोर गाइस
तो अर्ज किया है तेरे अंदाज करम ने क्या जादू चला दिया हर जख्म को तूने दास्ता बना दिया तेरे अंदाज करम ने क्या जादू चला दिया हर जख्म को तूने दास्ता बना दिया अब तो दिल भी तेरा दीवाना सा है जिसे तू भूल गया उसे खुदा बना दिया
ना सुना उसने तवज्जो से फसाना दिल का उम्र गुजरी है मगर दर्द ना जाना हाँ दिल का उनके अंदाज़े करम उन पे वो आना दिल का उनके अंदाज़े करम उन पे वो आना दिल का हाय वो बात वो ज़माना हाँ दिल का उनके अंदाज़े करम उनके अंदाज़े करम उनके अंदाज़े करम
वक्त भी ठहरा है कैसे क्यों ये हुआ काश तो ऐसे आए जैसे कोई दुआ
तू रूह की राहत है तू मेरी इबादत है हाँ।
अपने करम की कर आए
कर दे इधर भी तू निगाहें सुन रहा है ना तू रो रहा हूँ मैं सुन रहा है ना तू क्यों रो रहा हूँ
इश्क है तो मैं बाहों में हूँ तो फनाहों में हूँ काजल हूँ तो मैं निगाहों में हूँ
तू है तो मैं हूँ कसमें वादे क्यों तू है तो मैं हूँ बस मैं तेरा हूँ तू है तो मैं हूँ सीने पे लिख दूँ तू है तो मैं हूँ तू है तो मैं हूँ
बातें कभी ना तू भूलना कोई तेरे खातिर है जी रहा जाए तो कहीं भी ये सोचना कोई तेरे खातिर है जी रहा
तू जहाँ जाए महफूज हो तू जहाँ जाए महफूज हो दिल मेरा मांगे बस ये दुआ वो
बातें कभी ना
तू भूलना कोई तेरे खातिर है जी रहा जाए तू कहीं भी ये सोचना कोई तेरे खातिर है जी रहा
ऐसी कभी पहले हुई ना थी ख्वाहिशें
वो किसी से भी मिलने की ना की थी कोशिशें उलझन मेरी सुलझा दे चाहूं मैं या ना आंखों आंखों में जता दे चाहूं मैं या ना
मेरे छोटे छोटे ख्वाब हैं ख्वाबों में गीत है
मुझको ना जितना मुझ पे उतना इस दिल को तुझ पे होने लगा एतबार। तुझसे हुआ मुझको प्यार।
पूछूंगी तुझको कभी ना
तेरे ख्वाबों में अब जीना चाहूं मैं क्यों ना।
Thank you. What a beautiful performance. The melody, the rhythm, and the energy. Everything was just mesmerizing. Thank you for making this moment so special for all of us. There's been some modifications to the plan, and get ready for our amazing beatboxer.
Everybody knows that I'm there to bring good. Everybody knows that I'm there to bring good.
Amazing performance. ਯਾਰ ਦੱਸੋ ਕੋਈ ਰੀਸ ਕਰ ਲਿਓ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ talent, sheer skill, music that spoke without words, notes that danced with emotion. Thank you for a performance that resonated with every soul in this room. That was absolutely electrifying. And now, get ready for bursts of color, energy and tradition, the Nati dance. A celebration of culture and unity. Let's cheer for performers who bring art to life with every step.
बिगड़ गया सारा
ਗਾਈਜ਼ ਇੱਥੇ 5-600 ਨਿਆਣਾ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਆ ਐਂਡ ਸਾਕੋ ਹਰ ਵਾਰ 3-4 ਪਰਫਾਰਮਰਸ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਕੋਈ ਕੁਝ ਕਰ ਵੀ ਲਿਆ ਕਰੋ ਯਾਰ ਨਾ ਡੋਂਟ ਸਾਇਲੈਂਟ ਮੀ ਓਕੇ I know every one of you has some skill, so please take initiatives when you get the chance. Anybody else that wants to show their skill at this moment? Oh my goodness, we have a person. Rap. Oh my goodness, can we please have a mic for this person?
ट्रैक दे सकते हैं द बॉक्स रॉडी रिच अगर यूट्यूब से द बॉक्स रॉडी रिच द बॉक्स इंस्ट्रूमेंटल रॉडी रिच द बॉक्स इंस्ट्रूमेंटल हेलो माइक चेक